Hey Plantita, good morning. Oh great, shit is crashing. Ah, fuck's sake. Hate when that happens. Shitty open source software. Let me just try and restart that. That might take a little while. And then when I restart it, because it's shitty open source broad software, I have to then manually put everything back to where it was, because as opposed to the original OBS, the shitty open source rework that's used for RPAN doesn't actually have the same amount of features as the other one, which is fucking retarded. And there's no reason why you couldn't use the original. They just decided they didn't want to because they wanted their own brand on it. That's all that is. So let me just fiddle extra long with this. Let's check that the cameras are good. Yes, yes. Hello, Lemur. Femur, whatever it says. Gas, we have gas. That one is empty. This one is just about empty, but we'll run it. Go, got pressure. Got air. Got fire. I'm gonna be a little bit like off for a little bit, just because so I just figured out that recently that we're going to have all of the roads dug up for sewer work, and now there's a photographer here to take photos of all of the buildings because they might get damaged during the work, that kind of stuff. So I might be running off here now and then once in a while. There was something I wanted to do. But I cannot remember what. All right, get ready for the next. Alright, everything is good. Well, almost good. I need to attach the microphone to this one. Sunlight, my name is this. Hello, Dread Tide. Yeah, we have the cameras all up. We'll sort them out. We'll heat you guys up. I got you guys. It's alright. I got you. Don't worry. We're just getting started today. And I'm a little bit kind of distracted because we've got a guy running around with a camera outside photographing the buildings. We were working on this tree thing. I think while he runs around, I'm just gonna file this a little bit. Don't want to start working because there is some file work I need to do on this. Alright, turn you guys over here. It's not like you're gonna see much, but want to clean this up to a point where you can see that it's been welded. Hello Adrian. Hello. Having a slow startup today. We'll get working in a moment. Still have the camera guy running around. gotta get rid of all of the cracks that are in there from the welding, all of the small nooks and crannies, because they will develop and be worse if I don't get rid of them. I think we're good. Close. Alright, I think that's good enough for now. Get that camera back here. So that's the tree we got. That was the welded piece up here that I wanted to clean up some. Of course, the fear is that the welds we've got will crack and open up again. That might happen. But we'll hope for the best. We can always re-weld it if we feel like. But yeah, hello. Moon Howler. And Neptune, hello. Yeah, so it's shiny because there's no. This is full of forge scale, which makes it real gray and pale. It's a little bit overexposed, this camera here. So let me just sort that out. There we go. That's much better. Alright, let me see if the oh, is the camera choppy? No, it's fine. Let me see if the camera guys. what's annoying when a brick breaks like this. Like, what is this? Alright, we still got the photographer running around. Hello, Tonal Biscuit. Is that a bastard file you're using? I have no idea, I'm just using a file. But yeah, it's a pretty rough cut. It's the only round file, or half round file I have, so that's why. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the photographer to get done and leave. So for those who don't know, sewer work happening. They photograph all the buildings to make sure that if there's any prior damage, that anyone can claim that, hey, this happened because you were doing work. And if some damage does happen, they have photos to verify that it happened during the work. So he's running around photographing all the buildings, taking a little while. And I'm just waiting with firing up until he's gone, because he comes in and asks questions and stuff. So we're just taking our sweet time, getting ready to get some work done. I think I'm gonna start out with maybe do a little bit of a warm up and then move on to this, because I don't want to start on this cold. Mostly because it's a work in progress kind of thing. So since I'm halfway done, I just want to make sure I'm warm when I start on it. But we're pretty much done with these branches and shit. Like, we just need to form them up, and so we're moving on to the roots down here. That's what's gonna happen. But that'll be the next step. We'll do a little warm up first. my photographer got done, finished, and he is now leaving, so we can get forging. Gonna get our gear on. And get forging. We started up. I woke up not too late, but then I had forgot to do some stuff yesterday that I needed to take care of, including prepping my lunch. We can't have that. So wow, that is low volume. It's also not sending to Supermatic link for some reason. There we go. Now we should have going. Hello, Jaladon, and everyone else who's tuning in. What kind of oil do I quench my work in? Depends. Well, I use canola oil, but I don't usually always use oil. If it's C45, you want to use water. It depends on the steel. I'm gonna get the. It looks cold, not really. Gotta get the RPAN stream up and running. And we are live on the Reddit. We're live everywhere. We need to be live. Ready. Why do we have arms as spaghetti, or spaghetti as arms? Ah, that didn't rhyme, shit. Good day. So now we're ready to get forging. Blacksmith shop. We do blacksmithing. We're gonna do some blacksmithing now. I'm gonna grab a 10 mil bar. I'm gonna do a little bit of a warm up. That's my left hand glove. No one knows. It is just, oh, it's right there. Alright. We're gonna need a glove for handling this. We still have our main forging hammer broken from last broadcast. We're gonna switch to go for this 1 kilo, same weight, longer handle. It's got a rounding side, don't really need that. I'm gonna go with that. We're gonna start out, we're just gonna make a little leaf necklace pendant, as we so often do. Just to get our elbow and shoulder warmed up a little bit. And if you wanna warm it up, you can do those kind of exercises you see athletes do before they do their sport thing. You can do that same thing when you're forging. You can swing it around and look like a goof, but it's a good idea. Also stretching is nice. I don't do it nearly enough. And then we're gonna move on. Once we've done that leaf, we're gonna move on to the main project, which is currently this, which looks like a weird, funky tree man without any head. It's a display stand for a wand that we did last Wednesday. Last Wednesday we made this wand, which is a piece of mild steel that's forged out, sculpted to look like a wooden branch, and it's a wand. It does magic. And that'll be, we'll make that display stand for it, and it'll be up for sale on the shop. Should be good fun. We have heat on this piece now. We have shit that's not supposed to be there. We're gonna take this, we're gonna hammer this off. Because we need it clean. There we go. That can go away. Yeah, that can stay there, that's fine. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna do a taper here. You usually want a pretty stout taper. It's okay for this one if it's a little bit long. That's what she said. Just a little bit taper there. We have a little bit from that cut. We have a little bit of a burr on it. No, we are not savage. We are not doing that. That is not what we will be doing. we will probably never make a katana. Because I'm not a weeb. But let me just tell you about how my dwarves murdered my friends dark elves in Mordheim yesterday. That was good fun. Hey Bramwell. Aren't you cold? Nope. How cold is it in the room you're in? It's kind of irrelevant because I'm moving and I'm next to a forge, but the temperature right now is 1.4 degrees Celsius. At least in here it is. What would you advise to be to someone who wants to start blacksmithing, and what equipment would you recommend? Well, hammer and anvil. I have 2 pieces of advice, or 3 rather. Hello, bad wanker. Okay, first off, remember that if you're not at the anvil swinging a hammer, you're not doing blacksmithing. If you're grinding, if you're filing, you're not blacksmithing. Remember that, because a lot of people get caught up in a lot of other shit, and as soon as you're not at the anvil forging hot steel, you're not blacksmithing. People will grind away at the grinder and they'll be like, oh, I just hammered this out. And it's like, no, you spent half an hour hammering it out and then 4 hours grinding it to shape. The other thing is, make sure you take care of yourself, proper hammer technique, PPE, all that stuff. And then find a blacksmith who knows what he's doing and pay him to teach you the basics. It'll save you so much pain. Hello, Linda Shaw. Yes, we're just making this little leaf here. Just gonna correct this a little bit. We don't have our main forging hammer. There we go. And I'm gonna set this down there. And I want to set it down here as well. We're being very particular with this right now. Oh, I forgot my work shoes again. God damn it. So I'm standing in my normal shoes instead of my safety boots. And it's not because this is dangerous. We're not working with anything heavy. My issue is that I'm a little bit, like my anvil height is set for me to be wearing my work boots and not my normal shoes, so it's a little bit too tall for me right now. That's the problem. And height, proper height of the anvil is super important. That you're up to witness greatness. Yeah, well, hello, good morning. It's Monday. Hope you're all having a nice Monday. How often do you make your own tools versus buy them? I almost always make my own tools if they are hand tools. If they're stuff like this fly press, I don't make those, but I make dies for the fly press. So essentially, if it can be made by hand in this shop, I will be making it myself because it's cheaper. I guess no point in paying someone else to make you a tool that your shop is specifically set up to do as well. Like that's what a blacksmith does. He's primarily a tool maker. How a few millimeters? Well, it's probably a centimeter and a half between these shoes and my boots. Thank you for that. Really excited to get into it. Yeah, you're welcome. What can stupid Americans learn from this? Probably nothing, but if you're a regular old American, you can probably learn a lot. If you want to do it right, do it yourself. Now, there are people who are better. If you're a beginner, you're gonna make shit tools. Don't kid yourself. You're not gonna make good tools, but you'll save money, and that's a good thing. And you learn a lot, and that's even better. Gotta figure out what I want to do here. I'm gonna switch to the rounding face on this hammer. Why? Because the rounding face is a little bit more aggressive in drawing out. And so right now we've just done this material isolation up here, and we're gonna use that to isolate the area that's going to be the stem of the leaf. And then we're using the round face of the hammer to draw it out aggressively. For those of you who are wondering what I'm making a little leaf necklace pendant is a warm-up project for today. Later we'll be working on a display stand for a wand, like a Harry Potter style wand that I did the other day. Got 2,000 viewers on the Reddit. If you want to watch with a better quality camera, close up to the... Oh, the viewership just dropped from 2K to 200. I wonder how that happened. It's almost as if someone or a server just blipped. If you want to watch with higher quality visuals, twitch.tv/Martilo Workshop has a higher quality camera. Close up to the camera, to the anvil, sorry. Is it cold in the room? Not at all. Well, the room is cold, yes, but it's not cold for me. A lot of people are apparently not familiar with the concept of if you move, you don't get cold. Have you not seen images of people who are going skiing and snowboarding and they're like wearing like bikinis and shit? That's because when you're moving, you don't get cold. It's also why when you're a kid, every time you're like, oh, I'm cold, some adult will tell you to move and run around. It's almost as if increasing the blood flow decreases how much you're freezing. Basic concept. Alright, there we go. Got this thinned out a little bit. Oh, a little bit of a miss hit there, but that's actually alright. That actually kind of auto-corrected something that was a little bit off before. That was funny and kind of fortunate. I missed it and it hit right where I wanted to correct something anyway. If I move too much, it'll cause global warming? No, that's not how that works. Let me see here. Ever jog in the winter? Yes. I used to only run during winter. Like I didn't want to bother doing it in the summer, but during winter, put on just in a t-shirt and run. It's fine. It'll be a little bit cold on your skin because of the wind, but you can run. People also don't ski in tank tops. You surely have not done a lot of skiing then. I actually prefer working out here in the summer, but that's just me. Hello, Rebel, by the way, if I didn't say that. What are you making? A little leaf warm-up project. Don't get me wrong, there's a difference in how, like, you're not gonna see a lot of people ski wearing no clothes in Norway. But if you go skiing in Italy or Austria, it's a little bit warmer. So you can absolutely do that. Like, skiing in minus 15 degrees Celsius, not a problem, right? My beard will freeze, but I'll still be sweating. Right, we got the stem drawn out, we got it rounded up. Now we're gonna shape up the leaf. That's that lump we have here near the tip. Just gonna take that and we're gonna flatten it. Oh, I need a cross beam for this. Fuck. Shit. Okay, we're gonna see if we can do this without a cross beam. Normally I'll use a cross beam to direct the shape of this, because a cross beam allows me to only move the material in certain directions. But I broke the handle on my cross beam hammer broke. So I don't have. Oh, I have a tiny crossbeam hammer. No, that. Oh fuck! It's not a crossbeam. That's a ground beam. Shit. I have no small crossbeam hammers. That sucks. So that's gonna be weird. It was. I got on top broadcast on Reddit, got to 2,000 viewers, and then it instantly dropped to 200. That's usually not how that goes when you go off of top broadcast. I think it got removed. Alright, so I'm gonna use the kind of the edge of the hammer here to try and shape this up. Do it angled. And this is just hammer skill. It's easier, or you have better control with a cross beam, but you can't do it without a cross beam. So let's remind ourselves of that while we attempt to do this. There we go. Got that sorted. We got that profile done. Is it a little bit off? It's good. Just a little bit of a tippy tap here over the edge of the anvil, right on the flat face there. A little bit of planishing work. Should be good. I'll heat that up a little bit. We're gonna get a chisel. This here. I'm gonna give it some veins. Hello, Liam. A little weird how this hammer feels heavier than my other 1 kilo, and I don't know why. Even if I'm holding with the handle at the same length. Hey, Common Bucket. Alright, so we got this here. Just gonna pivot this downward. Grab the chisel. Wanna make sure this is where it needs to be. Yeah. I don't have a lot of finesse for this because, well, gloves. Alright, a little bit there. God damn it. I fucked this up. Fucking gloves, man. I lose all finesse because I don't have fucking... I'm gonna start this over. I'm gonna fuck off with the gloves and use a tong. It's a better tool. Morning, Benjamin. Do you work in silence or with music? I have music in my headphones and my hearing protection. No mistakes, just happy accidents. No, I can fucking assure you there are mistakes. and you start over, because this isn't painting. You can't just paint on top of your mistakes. If you make a mistake here, you gotta fucking fix it or start over. You can't always do that. Fix it, that is. I'm hoping maybe these will sort of. Hellbergs. Using Hellbergs. I like them, but I don't think the ear cups are going to last for very long. That's my main problem. I've only had them for maybe like a month or two, and yeah, I've had them for like a month, and the rubber on the earring cups are starting to get stiff already. 1 month of use, and I wiped them down after I used them, so there's not a ton of oil on there. So that's kind of disappointing. They're getting crisp down here. Well, not getting crisp, but you get the point. They're gonna crack soon. Hello, Munoz. I really don't like this hammer. I need to get my other hammer rehandled. So I might just skip the forging and throw a handle out of this instead. You always imagine blacksmiths work with fully melted iron. No, why would you think that? Top of the morning to you. What am I making? Leaves right now. A little bit of a warm up. I don't have my main hammer and it's pissing me off because the handle broke on it last time and I haven't rehandled it yet, and it's frustrating enough to use this hammer as the main forging hammer that I'm considering just not forging and then rehandling the hammer instead. Because I can, just having a slightly different hammer and handle than what I'm used to can fuck with you quite a bit. So I spend much more time doing corrections than what I should. And I also don't have my cross peen, so my main hammer is a cross peen that I use, right? So that's my main forging hammer. we have run into the issue of that handle breaking. That happens, like if you can get a hammer handle on a blacksmith hammer, like on your main hammer, to last for a year, you're doing really good. I think this one lasted for 9 months, and that was a reused one. So like 6 months minimum, 12 months is usually the max for a hammer if you actually swing a hammer regularly, or like if you forge as much as I do, rather. But I'm just hoping that I can actually get my get a handle on there that's as good as the one I had on there. Like I need to make sure the shape is pretty much the same and the length and stuff, because that hammer or that handle right there worked really well for me. And that's the thing, when you make your own handles, you might not be able to get the same exact kind of shape. So that can be a little bit tricky. Yes, I have made my own hammer. This app is being weird. Yeah, no surprise there. Alternatively, I have a couple of other I could go for. I have a that's a little bit heavier, or at least it's supposed to be. This is a 1.2. This is not a 1 kilo. How the fuck is this a 1 kilo? There's no way this is a 1 kilo if this is a 1.2. Because this is feels lighter. Or it feels about the same weight, but this one actually feels heavier. Or just about the same. It's a 1 point, it can't be a 1 kilo. We have an 800 gram here, and it feels like it's almost half the weight. I don't know. Where my tongs go? I don't actually want to use this one. I'm gonna go for this. I'm gonna flatten this down. We're gonna use. We don't have our cross peen to help shape this up, so we're gonna use the edge of the anvil and hammer technique to get it sorted out. Came a little bit crooked. I'm trying to see if we can shape that up. A little bit tricky. Heavier wood, maybe? No. It's all ash. Did the wood mold to your grip? I'm not sure what that means, but no, the wood doesn't mold to your grip. All right. This is annoying because I can't do the correction that I need to do without my cross peen. So yeah, this is a leaf, but it's not the shape that I want, so fuck it. Can't forge with this shit, I need my cross peen. I'm gonna let this leave this running because I need the heat. What I'm gonna need. I need to make a handle. What we're gonna do, we're just gonna empty this head out, and we're just gonna take a punch. I'm actually gonna take a drift and use as a punch. Get this out. Alright, that's empty. I have a marker. It gives us our center up here, roughly. I'm gonna grab this. We want it a little bit longer, so we're just gonna give it some extra length here, down there. Actually, just gonna find something that's a little bit more helpful. How I make my handles, carving X. Normally I do it sitting down outside, but we're live streaming, so gotta do it in here. When you're used to swinging a hammer, swinging a carving axe like this is no work at all. It's a lightweight axe I forged a couple of years ago. So we're just starting out roughing this up, taking the corners off of it, trying to make sure that we kind of meet in the center. Slightly different muscles you're using though for this kind of thing. It's a little bit higher up. I'd like it to be further down, but it's alright for now. Alright, we're kind of squaring this up. Got dug in quite far there. Think it's all right still. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so that's a rough up here of what that's sizing of this. It's cheaper to make the just buy handles, but I wanted to get better at making handles, so I had the ability to. So there's only one way to get good at making handles, and that's by doing it. The way I do it is a little bit unorthodox because people would just use the draw knife. So I have a tendency to make my handles a little bit too thick for the hammers, that is, when I make them like this. So I want to try and make sure that doesn't become an issue. I can carve out a handle like this in an hour from start to finish. So it's not that time consuming. It's still more expensive if you count the hourly wage than just buying your handles though. Not by much, but a little. Alright, we're starting to shape that up. So the way I do this, I just take off the corners. I keep making it, like taking the diagonals off until I get it down to size usually. And I just kind of try and make it relatively straight when I make the new corner, the new edge. Just kind of try and make that straight down the line. It's not the sharpest carving axe right now. So these lines here, the edges we've got, they're fairly straight. As they are right now. So now I can take those off. I want to be a little bit careful now, because we're starting to get close to the fitting of this. The nice thing about carving it is that you don't get a lot of dust, sanding dust all over the place. You get all of these chips and you can just kind of take a broom, collect them up, you can throw them in the forge or use them as the kindling for a coal forge if you have that. So in one way you can just look at this as, instead of you making a handle, you're just producing tinder for your forge if you're running a coal forge. See, now we've got the top almost shaped up. It doesn't fit in there yet. We don't want to take any more off of the width. We want to take a little bit off of the length of it. And then it's just a matter of rounding it up. And of course, getting it to fit in there and shaping up the rest of the handle. And if you have a nice carving axe like this, you can use it to scrape, to take the corners off of this. You can go from start to finish with a carving axe like this. Like, you never have to sand. You can finish up the handle completely with this if you want to. Still want to use a hammer to get the wedge in and all that, but can get pretty close to finish with this. If you wanted to, you could go like this. That sucks, Amunias. Okay, so we're getting close. Like the top of it fits now. So if I do this, it'll actually start coming on there. Now this head here is front heavy, so it'll always want to dip downward, which is a little bit funny. But yeah, we can get it a couple centimeters down now. If we do this, halfway through approximately. You can see how far that comes down. That's about like 2 centimeters. So you want to thin up the area just below there. Get that to size now. We're trying to be a little bit more careful with how much we move. And it's not because it's a problem. We have plenty of length down here to make the handle longer if we need to. But it's just extra work. We have to kind of go further down than we actually want to. All right. Just trying to make sure I don't have any kind of chips in here or notches, because it's where all the stress is going to gather on this handle here. Just making sure that we thin it down a little bit, but not too much. The most difficult part about making a handle like this is actually getting it straight without a twist in it and stuff like that, because when everything is hand carved, I can promise you it'll want to twist on you, just because of the way you swing the axe and how you handle it. It'll want to create like a little thing there. Alright, what are we talking about? Running low on the forge here. Almost out of gas on this one. That's gonna die in a moment. Got that off there. We got it half a centimeter further down. I think I'm just gonna scrape the rest to shape. Yeah. So if we just take the largest corners off here, start to clean that up. By the time we've cleaned it up, we should be able to get the hammer handle all the way down. One thing to keep in mind is that once you, like right now I'm just dry fitting it, just knocking it on there, but if I use a hammer to try and force it in or on there, it'll settle down way further than where it is now, so it's okay for it to be a little short for now. It will be able to fit further down by the time I'm ready to fit the handle on there permanently. Right, so now we have the top here roughed out. And that will allow me to, I should keep an eye on where I kind of set this on. So now this almost fits all the way to the top here. If I took a hammer and did this, I would be able to set it all the way in there. But because we don't want to set it in there yet, I'm not going to do that quite yet. Just going to get this off again and leave the top be for now. I love the smirks when you need to read the feed and decide to just ignore it and keep working. Yeah, well, I gotta get stuff done. We got 5 minutes left on the Reddit broadcast. Yeah, this is the hammer that broke last week or last broadcast, yeah. New handle, yes. We're gonna start another part later. For Reddit, someone asked if the blacksmithing items you find most fun to make. I just like blacksmithing. I'm using ash wood for this. I'm gonna turn this off. Gotta get this out first. Just gonna have this running very, very low to keep it hot. There's a clip of it. I clipped it for you. If you want to see the clip, you can probably find that. So now we're focusing almost entirely on shaping up the handle. And this is actually the tricky part. Getting to fit the hammerhead on there is not a problem, but fitting up the handle without a twist in it, keeping it straight, and making sure that it becomes a nice and good handle. That's what's actually difficult with this. So essentially I want to have a distal taper all the way down to the end if I can get away with it. Without it twisting or me taking too much off anywhere. Alright, so of course I want to make the handle the right size. So we're just very carefully removing bits from it. The problem is if I take off too much, I'll get a kink in it. And I'd like to avoid that. Really want to try and make sure that I remove material but keep it straight the entire time. There's a lot of comparisons to blacksmithing here. Like I'm using this wooden stump as an anvil to help solidify it, and I'm constantly making sure that everything is straight. I'm making corrections as I go. Do the same thing in blacksmithing all the time, because if you let them run out of hand, you might not be able to actually fix them later. So I'm trying to make sure everything is straight as I work it. You can see now my carving here is a lot less erratic, a lot more controlled, because I'm not just hogging off material. I'm shaping now. I'm still trying to get it to the right size. It's still way thick, but I'm making sure that everything is as straight as I can get it. So I have an easier way of actually telling where I need to remove material to make sure it maintains straight. And then I'm pretty much keeping it octagonal right now. So I'll get it to the shape that I like, or the size that I like, and then I'll take the octagonal off, I'll take the corners off, and that should leave me with a good fit. Now I wasn't lucky that it didn't hit me, because a hammerhead never hits you when it falls off. Very, very unlikely. It's just due to how it breaks. The hammerhead breaks when you exert, so when a hammerhead breaks, there are two times where a hammerhead breaks. It either breaks when you hit the piece and then it'll just kind of pop off on the anvil because the inertia stops it, and the shock from the force, it has no inertia in it, and the shock from the force breaks it. The shock from the hit breaks it. I think I had that happen once. And the other thing that happens is that it'll get weak and then it'll pull it up, and then the change of inertia from it being pulled up and then being dragged down will make the head fall off. Like that innate change of direction, that force there, its own inertia will kind of break it off. That's usually what happens. It's also what happens there. And when that happens, it just kind of plops off behind you. It might hit your shoulder and fall off, but there's never any force in it. It just kind of falls off. That's the beauty of it. So there's no need to ever be afraid of a hammerhead falling off like that. In my experience, I've broken quite a few hammer handles, and I've never had them fall off in a way that was dangerous to me or anyone else in the shop.
Like they don't fly across the shop like some people might think they would. Generally speaking, that's what happens. They pop up upward because you're lifting it up, and it flies up, and it just kind of drops down without too much trouble. See, now I got a little bit of a twist in it here. That's interesting. The Reddit stream just died. Oh, that's funky. Like, it's straight and all, and the thickness is good, but it's a funky looking piece. No, the only time you've ever seen me get scared in the shop is when the forge is blowing up. And that only happened 1 out of 3 times that I got scared. You can hear it in the VOD. I'm like, ah! Like, real panic. And it took 3 times for the forge to blow up before, like 1 out of 3 times when I'm freaking out. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this off because I think I'm gonna get a good length on this. So I'm just gonna take a saw, get rid of that excess we don't need. This saw is crooked as fuck. It's bent. Fucking hate that. And I think this one is dull. Yeah, this one doesn't saw at all. That's the one I use for the blocks. God damn it. That got a little bit crooked, but that's alright. We have an axe. I'm gonna hog some material off here. Be careful I'm not removing too much. Be careful that I keep center line straight. No, you make sure that you make it smooth. You don't sand it with any fine sanding paper. You don't want a blacksmith's hammer handle to be too smooth because you want a little bit of grip on there, but you do make sure there are no splinters. So I'm roughing this up a lot because I got a lot of bulk in there. I'm a little bit afraid of making it too small, but not very. I have a lot of bulk here. I'm gonna lob that off. Like the easy way to make a handle is if you have a wood lathe, put in a lathe, just spin it. That's the way easy. But the cool thing about this is that you can get a little bit more of an octagonal shape. Not octagonal, elliptical. Right, so we're starting to get it, we've hogged off a lot of material. We still want to hog off more down here. But we want to be a little bit careful now, because if I take off, like whenever I take off on one side, I have to take off on the other as well to make it maintain straight. So if I take off half a centimeter on one side, I have to take off half a centimeter on the other as well. So I gotta be careful, right? If I only want to take off half a centimeter in total, I'm only allowed to take off like 2-3 millimeters on either side, and that's a very small amount for a carving axe to kind of grasp. So you want to be a little bit careful with it. And since this is my main forging hammer, I want to be really, really careful with making sure I get a really nice, good handle. Getting into the range where it'll be useful for me, but it's still very big. I'm not gonna thin too much up here. I want that to bulge out just a little bit maybe. And I'm gonna thin it down here. Focus on proper hammer technique, don't rush. Find a blacksmith who can teach you the basics, pay him for his time. And remember that if you're not standing at the anvil working with hot steel, you're not blacksmithing. If you're grinding, you're not blacksmithing. So if you want to get good at blacksmithing, stay at the anvil. Do everything you can at the anvil. A lot of people kind of lose track of blacksmithing and they start doing all sorts of other manufacturing stuff, like welding and things. And as long as you're not at the anvil, you're not blacksmithing. So remember that getting good is all about hours spent at the anvil, hammering hot steel. And even doing this carving here is me working in a fashion that is as close to blacksmithing as I possibly can, even though I'm not blacksmithing. I'm still swinging something. Instead of using an angle grinder with a flat disc on it, or my belt grinder to make a handle. This is much closer to blacksmithing. I'm still working muscles in my arm that'll help me. That's all about blacksmithing. Now, one of the trickier things can be to get the kind of swell done down here without knocking that off. So that can be a little bit tricky. You might want to go in from the back here if you want to save something. Starting to build in the swell. We got a little bit of a crookedness going on. I'm going to take that from here. Still have it a little bit fat for us, so it's okay for us to take off more material. That evened it out, took off some more material. I can find the handle that broke. And this was a really good handle for me. Width-wise, right, if we check the width of it, the width is pretty good. But I want to thin it down, so now I gotta move, is it straight enough for me? The other thing, yeah, that's nice and straight. So what I want to work on now is thinning it down. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a pen, or a marker rather. I'm going to mark about 5 mil on either side. Just a little bit, I just want to thin that out, just kind of tell myself where am I working. That just helps me out a little bit. So I'm going to take some stuff off of the sides there. Just kind of make those two lines that I made, make those meet if I can. I'm not too concerned with getting the exact same size as the old handle. But if I can get it close, that'll make me a happy boy. Alright, so just kind of taking sides off here to get it that elliptical shape. Took some off there, that's getting closer, yeah. It's pretty good. Still have all of the harsh corners on it and all that, but we'll get rid of those later. This is starting to look good. So I want to start cleaning this up. I still might want to remove more later, but I want to begin cleaning this up here. And this is essentially just planing with the carving axe. This is actually the most like kind of takes the most energy out of you doing this. Of this entire process, because you're using some different muscles. important thing about handles is to make it. Yeah, the important thing about this is that one, you make a handle out of the proper wood. I've tried making a handle out of pine just to see what would happen, and it lasted like all of 2 hits or something. And the other important thing is that, yeah, what was the important? Oh, no nuts. There cannot be any nuts in the wood. Yeah, I had a handle that had a knot down here that you think would be fine, but that actually ended up splitting at some point. So because there's so much force traveling through the wood. So make sure you have a nice, clean, knotless piece of wood for this. Now we're just starting to get this shaped up so it gets closer to the final shape. Trying to be very deliberate so we get a good surface finish on it. If I can make this without having to sand it or anything like that, that would be nice. But it takes some deliberate care to get there. Alright. This is looking good. It's nice and straight. What I go in and do is I want to start to clean up these edges that I have. I want to start rounding it up. And hopefully once we've rounded this up, we'll end up with a handle that is the exact size that we like. If it is not, I'll thin it out some on the sides to make it more elliptical. Pretend you're this. Oh fuck. There we go. Yeah, broke the handle last stream. It lasted for a good while, it was a good handle. And I kept forging because I was right in the middle of something. But now I really want my main forging hammer back. So it's still quite a bit thicker than the original. Thanks, Red Queen. Yeah, we all got that favorite hammer. Half of chat's favorite hammer is me. Yeah. Thanks for the sub. But it's a good thing that now that we're getting close to being where we want to be, that it's a little bit too thick because it gives me plenty of material to just kind of clean up. If it was right at the size that I wanted it to now, I wouldn't be able to clean up anymore. And that would suck. So it's fine that we have it a little bit big. Yeah. Text to speech in my headphones for subs. So So that's the perk you get, that even if I'm doing work like this where I'm not reading chat, I can still talk with you guys if you are subbed, or if one of the subs are nice enough to convey your questions and all that jazz. Amunius does that a little bit sometimes. There are kind of 3 levels of hogging material off. There's the chop, then there's the planing like this, and then there's scraping as the kind of final cleanup. It's still quite a bit bigger. I think I want to maybe take some of the sides off. Just give it a little bit more elliptical, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with the shape. Here I gotta remember, if I take off half a centimeter on one side, I gotta take the same amount off on the other side to maintain straight. So I don't want to take off too much. I want to be really careful with this. If I take off too much, I'll make it too thin. So a little bit at a time. Yeah, that's better. If I round that up, I think that's good. Then I have like the very last finishing to do. That should land it a very, very good size. Right, I'm just taking some of the hard edges off. Got a little bit of extra material right here I'd like to get rid of. Even it up. See there, I got a knock in that might have been a little bit aggressive. That's all right. Yeah, we got the same. Now we're good. All right, so we got the shape up more or less. I might want to file it a little bit. That would be one way to finish it up. Alternatively, scraping it. Sometimes, like this is not the sharpest of axes, so it doesn't really scrape very well. For the sake of trying to kind of convey that you can make a hammer handle with just a carving axe. How is it that I usually do? Oh, there we go. It's been a while. When you're doing this, you're gonna run into spots that you can't really take. So you're gonna need a little bit more force to clean those up. And if this was a sharper axe, it would do this better. But it is not very sharp at all, actually. Oh yeah, that's rough. Holy shit. can always clean this up more later if you feel like it, or adjust the size of it if you want to make it a little bit smaller, or change the elliptical nature of it. You've seen me do that with another handle, just sometimes grab the axe to clean it up a little bit if I didn't like what it was like. Right, it's a little bit rough. So we're just gonna run over here very deliberately. Get rid of spots, hot spots. What do you mean, pencil sharpener? Don't you sharpen your... I sharpen all pencils with a knife always. What is this? Who needs a specialized pencil sharpening tool? Now, if I wanted to make this nice and smooth, or give it like a consistent surface finish, I would take a rasp to it real quick. But if you can get it to a good finish like this is actually a nicer finish. It's just a matter of getting it smooth. And I got a little bit of a flare up down there. This is great. I think this is perfect. Right, now we got the edge of the handle. We're gonna clean that up. It wasn't the greatest spot we got here. Oh, of course it's a fucking Hello Kitty. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, it's breaking a little bit up because I'm trying to be too aggressive with my chops here. That's annoying. And we've got a little bit of cleanup to do down here. It's just beveling the edge here. Done that to start with to avoid some of the cracking we get. The splitting that's happening here is a little bit annoying. Get rid of this now. Whoa. Just cleaning up the butt end of it. It's easier with a sharper axe, but this one does the trick. A little bit annoying that I managed to start to make it crack. That could develop into an issue later, especially when we start putting the head on. wonder if I have, like so. I need to make wedges for this. I usually just grind those out. I just use the belt grinder. But you can make them with the axe as well. The reason why I'm spending time the reason why I'm being careful to flatten this out is because I'm going to be hammering on this to get the head on, and if this is crooked it'll send down the force crooked as well, so we want to make sure it's relatively straight. So I messed up the handle here a little bit here at the end, down here, before we even got started, but it's not a problem. It's not where we hold on to it. Just want to thin this out. Alright, so this is a roughed out handle. We haven't finished it up here because we're not going to hold it there mostly. What we're going to do is that we're going to give it a cross wedge with some wood glue. That's what I usually do. That's the start out, and then we give it a metal wedge later on if we need to. Before I covered all of this shit up, I knew where my metal wedge was that I used in the old handle. But now, that is completely covered in wood chips and I have no clue. Oh, we got one here that I actually grabbed coincidentally. So that's one of my wedges. Where did the other wedge go? This is where having a magnet is practical. I can't even find the other part of the handle. Where did that go? Where did the handle go that I knocked off? Did it just get heated out of there? Apparently it did. Right, we got a single metal wedge, that's fine. I'll probably find another one. We're gonna make some wooden wedges for this. Wooden wedges, make them out of hardwood. I'm using this, I think it's oak. And for this hammer handle, this is a long enough wedge. That'll work for there. That'll work for, well, kind of there. What I want to do, I'm going to mark this up. We're going to make this wedge with an axe as well, if we can. So if that's like that, yeah, that should do. So we can just split this in twain, and that'll have our two wedges, and then it's just a matter of shaping them up. Should work nicely enough. So what we're going to do, take my stump. I'm just going to shape that up. Start by, do you want to start by splitting it? Nah. I'm going to start by making him nice, and you guys can't see what I'm doing down here, but I'm just making sure it's got a nice point on the wedge. Actually, let me just start by splitting that. There we go, got that split. I just gotta make them nice and pointy. This is where precision is important, because if I'm half a centimeter off, I'm chopping into my thumb. I have some scars, but most of them are actually not from me doing work. It's just other accidents. It's not that bad. But I have a handful of cuts and stuff. Right, so we have one wedge done. It's a little bit thick near the point. I'm just gonna thin it out a little bit more so we can actually get it in there. Okay, that should do it. So we got a wedge here. That's the small one. Alright, we're slowly getting there. Just being very careful with hammering this out, or carving this out rather. I've got the second wedge done. That'll sit there, good. That's the first one that goes in, this goes in next. So we got the wedges done. Now we're gonna mark the wood. We're not gonna cut a curve. Curve is the line we put into the wood to split it. What I'll do is I'll take a chisel and place it like this, or take an axe and a hammer, or an axe and a table, and you go like boom, and you mark it, and that's enough to split the wood when you need to. So you'll do it like this. Oh, what am I starting with? I'm starting with the wide one. The entire point of this is to show you guys you can make, let's say you're bushcrafting, you're one of those people, right? And your axe or your hammer breaks and you have a spare axe, you can find a piece of wood, make it a handle, cut the wedges and split the curve, all without using modern tools. You just do it all with an axe. That's all you need to wedge and rehandle a hammer or an axe. Now we've got that little curve cut in there, that's not much. We want to use some glue to this. You don't have to, but it's a blacksmith hammer, I'm gonna fucking glue it. We're also gonna put the handle on there. What I'm gonna do now, this is hand cut, so I'm just gonna see where it fits me in my hand. Yeah, like this, it's definitely a... Oh, it works well there, and it works well there. Alright. Well, it's a right-hand hammer. And there's something about one of these being the top one. It's this one. Now, this is front heavy, so I gotta make sure that when I put this in, that it doesn't get too far down on the front. And so without anything... I haven't used a hammer for anything yet. Like, I've just used an axe. And we got the handle on there. Still, just an axe is all we've taken to handle this hammer here. Place it there. Yeah, that works. So the handle is a little bit crooked to the side, but that's alright. We can always correct that. It's actually quite a bit. How do I fuck that up? So I need to take off from the side here. Yeah. Well, it actually looks pretty good. Alright, we'll sort that out later. We have this on here. If I wanted to, I could take the axe and I could use it as a hammer. That's a way to set that in. That just kind of fucks with the... Right. Yeah, why the fuck not? That's pretty good. It's kiltered to one side, but I should be able to solve that if I take this. The entire hammerhead is crooked. Makes it a little bit weird. That works. I do have quite a few axes. We're gonna start out with a big wedge. We're just gonna put some glue on there. I wonder if this is too cold to actually work. Let's assume that it does. I put a little bit of glue down here and that'll get squished up, so it's alright. Gotta put this away so we have the angle clear. Way you do this, place the wedge, need the axe here. Just gonna see if I can get it to fit inside of the notch that I made without cracking the wedge. going in. Very good. Then once we've got it to hold itself, do it like this, so we get even pressure on it. And the glue we put on there, that'll get pushed all the way. And you see now the glue is coming onto the handle, that's fine. That's just it moving along. And you'll just continue to hammer it in until you're kind of convinced that okay, it's not gonna get any further, like it's wedged in completely. That's about where I'm at right now. We're starting to destroy the wedge more than we're moving it in. It's still moving though, so we continue to. Alright, very good. The wedge is completely knackered now. But that's alright. Next step, what do we do? Well, the next step is we just take our work pants, get the glue off of the anvil like that. Take this, place it here like we did with the other one. We want a wedge, create a notch. Oh, did I just shoot the wedge somewhere? Oh, fuck my life. Oh no, there's full of wood splinters on the floor. I will never find it. Thankfully it's a slightly different color, but still, I just needed that. Anyway, we got that wedge now, and I am going to see if I can find my other wedge. God, oh, it's right there. Magic. Easy. Is someone taking time on how long this is taking me? Because I wager this is gonna have taken me an hour and a half by the time I'm done. An hour to an hour and a half. Now what's gonna happen is, because we're handling this during the winter, you're doing this during the winter, which means that the wood is going to be kind of moist, and so when summer comes, when spring comes, it's gonna dry out and it's gonna get loose. We've got to put a couple of metal wedges in it then. Yeah, an hour in sounds about right. The cool thing about this, the way of handling it like this, the wedge will tell you when it's done. Like right now it sounds like it's probably done, but I'm gonna continue to go a little bit further. Yeah, the wedge is now splitting up here instead of being knocked into the wood, which tells me it's not gonna go any further. I'm a stubborn bastard though, so I'm gonna just like make it go a little bit further. I'm gonna wipe off some of the glue here. Yeah, no, that's not gonna go any further. So that's the second wedge that didn't go in very far, but that's all right. It usually doesn't have to. And when I look at the handle here, got a little bit of a gap on the front, but that's not a problem. I'm really happy with this. This is good. You know what you then do? We have one more thing left to do. We're gonna cut off the excess up here. And you can of course do that with an axe. Hopefully. Chat, let me ask you, how many tools did I use to make this handle? And put it and set the hammerhead on there. No one answer that? All of them? 3? Like, I want it because you're too. Oh my. I wanted everyone to be like, an X, you just used the X. I'll be like, no, I also used a marker. And I'd be laughing, but. Oh, god damn it. Count the anvil? You don't count the anvil. That could have been a rock or just the floor. God damn it. But this here is a handled hammer. You'd want the glue to dry, but it is now a functional tool. It's got a little bit of a kink to it, but it's not much. And this is the test. Can it sit on its own? Yes, it can. Very good. I want it to be able to sit like this. It will loosen up when I start swinging it, but I'm happy with it. Clean it up some more. So when people are like, oh, I can't do woodwork because I don't have big machines. Do you have an X? That's all you need. The cool thing about this is that I gave this a little bit of a longer handle now, because the last handle was a little bit too short. It was a reused handle. So the length of this should be nice. Having a little bit more gives me the ability to have a little bit more oomph. Yeah, last handle was, yeah, so it's got like 5 centimeters more on the length of it. Let's see how well we like that. Okay. I just gave it that swing there and it moved like a mill down here. That sucks. You don't want that to happen. I know it's not dry yet, the glue, but you really don't want it to. Was it just settling? Okay, so it's not moving back. As long as it's not moving back, that's fine. The important part isn't that it settles outward. The important part is that it doesn't wobble. And it does not, so that was just settling. Alright. Normally you want to let the glue dry, let it sit for a little bit. A little bit of a crack down here, which annoys me. Hey, Beastboo. Thanks for the sub, Miss Beastboo. Right in time for the hammer to be kind of finished. Go to Horny Jade. What is chat saying? Christ. TNT, power you. Alright, I think I'm gonna put the axe down, put the old handle down. If I wanted to, I could put this metal wedge in right away. I don't think I want to. I only have one problem now. Got a wood floor all of a sudden. I would like it to be not be made out of wood. I gotta clean up my shop now. Wanna try this new chapstick I have? That's how I imagine you sound. Do we dare try hammerhead forging with this now? Or is it too early? The problem is if it's too early and it needs the glue to dry, we might have to restart, or we need to just cut the handle off, make it a little bit shorter. We can do that. No, I have a handle somewhere for a round pin. I just need to put it on there. I've just been lazy. Oh, god damn it. Ah shit, I keep forgetting. Oh, I need to also actually I haven't hardened the hammerhead. That's why I haven't handled it. It needs to be hardened first and then ground and stuff. So that's actually a good reason why it hasn't been handled yet. I haven't grinded and I haven't hardened it yet. Yes, you make me cake and I give you nothing. It's funny. That's kind of like my previous girlfriends. They were like that too. I'm kidding. I actually at one point had to tell LBL to be like, could you like just dial it down with the amount of cookies and cake you're making, because I can't fucking keep up anymore. Cake should be a nice treat, not like a constant flow of calories. Just making this nice. The reason why I'm spending so much time making this area down here nice is because when I'm forging, it's gonna sit here and rub up against my hand. So if it's not nice, it's gonna fuck me up. Make me a bomb sandwich? I like a bomb sandwich. Pretty sure you've made more than 2 cakes for me. I think you've made, yeah, but you've definitely made 2 cakes, yeah? I don't complain about your cakes, that's because there's not that many of them. Not that many cakes, so that's alright, but it's when it's like, you know, if it's every day, like every week, there's like a huge load of cake and cookies, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? At this point, I'm almost considering just like lopping off with a saw, just like the last few, because it's not fantastic down here. Ooh, oh, that was, okay, a little bit of a scratchy scratch, alright. Alright, what's gonna happen now, because it's 2:30, I'm gonna eat my lunch. Then we're gonna let this sit here. I've been productive today just making this, that's alright. I wouldn't complain. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna give the handle some oil as well. Got some linseed oil here. It's been sitting here for a while, so it's kind of, it's almost polymerized. That's alright. Should still do its job on this wood here. We could also burn the handle, but I should have done that earlier then. We got a dog coming in here. It's like she smells the oil from a mile away. Yeah. It is an old dog bowl. I'm just gonna give a little bit of oil up here. There we go, we gave this some oil. Just gonna let that soak in. We'll wipe off the excess after lunch. I'll be right back with my food. Get rid of the axe here. Actually, don't need this. Just gonna sit here and eat my lunch. Oh. Don't want to accidentally get pasta salad in my eyes and get injured, or in my ears. There we go. A little bit cold now because I'm not working. I forgot to salt my pasta. Oh goddamn. just call me Dad? Do I look like your ex-boyfriend? What? Nah. But how can we be ex-boyfriends when we just met? I only use canola oil for quenching. See you later, Munoz. Trouble. I'll be back. Hey, Wanderlust. I'm cool hat. Yes. The hair and the stature? Well, your ex-boyfriend has the blacksmith look then. When your anvil is frosted over, that's not a problem, man. You just gotta... You can still forge on a frozen anvil. Just don't do any heavy forging. Yeah, the look, DM. Oh, with your hands go numb? Oh shit. That's bad. Good morning, Lyra. Oh yeah, no, fuck that, Wanderlust. You stay inside. Matt, just write exclamation point links. Hello, Piranha. Good. Hello, hello. All right. I forgot to get my boots. Oh, god damn it. All right. We gotta get forging now. Get the tongs out of here. Oh, do I wanna? Oh shit, that's the thing, right? I forgot there was oil on this. Ugh. I forgot that I oiled my shaft. Then I grabbed it, it's all goopy, and I got it all over my hands. Do not take that out of context. This handle is a little bit more square than the old one. But it sits nicely right here. Obviously with the excess of oil, it's not easy to hold on to. We're gonna test it out, I think. The worst thing that can happen is if the wedges start popping out again, but with the glue in there, even though it's not dry, it should hold up alright. Though I have had that happen where they start popping out. That sucks. Otherwise, there should be no way for this to really pop out of there. He needs to finish licking his wounds after I thoroughly beat him yesterday. Actually, I didn't thoroughly beat him. It was very close. And I was completely sure that I was gonna lose that fight the entire time. Right up until the point that I won. Played a game of Mordheim, new warbands. I played Dwarf Rangers. I had 5 dudes, and Jotun went with Dark Elves, and he had 12 dudes, so he had like outnumbered me 2 to 1. And yeah, so the difference was that I kitted out my guys to be like beast as fuck. And his were just kind of like, yes, like I come at you with daggers, and I was like, what? And all of my guys, except for like, I had a couple of crossbow dudes, and then they all had double axes. And if you know Mordheim, more weapons, more better. So, for those of you who don't know what Mordheim is, it's essentially a more fun, light version of Warhammer Fantasy tabletop games. You use fewer figures, and we play over Roll20, so we don't even need figures. And they don't. A game takes like an hour to 2 hours, and it's good fun. You have like control between like 5 and 20 dudes, 5 or 12 or something like that. And you play like scenarios where there are certain objectives. And it's good fun. Just giving this a once over again. That's the thing. I'll continue to do this over time, just coming back to it and being like, okay, there's a little bit there now that I feel, and there's a little bit there now that I feel. Because ideally you want this to be very, very nice and fine. Not fine, you want it just to be very smooth. It doesn't need to be fine. That's why I don't sand it. You don't want to sand it. Or you don't want any hot spots on it, rather. I'm giving it the oil, just kind of pulls out the pores or the grain a little bit. So I can kind of grab some of those areas that aren't as clean as I would like it. Okay, I think we're good there. It's a little bit slippery, but I think I'm ready to start forging, try forging with this. Why did I put the piece that I was forging? I threw it over here. I should also start a Reddit broadcast more. Oh my god, Neptune. Yeah, no, I forgot my fucking safety shoes. Even when I went for my lunch, I forgot my safety shoes. I'm gonna open up the Reddit stream for part 2. Alright, oh, we're gonna get ready for the forging. Gonna get this off, get the apron on there. Get the gear that we need, where we need it. So we did part 1, where I decided to stop forging and start fixing my hammer. And then I spent about an hour carving out, just with a hand axe, carving out a handle, so we now have a nicely handled hammer. And we're now going to see if that handle will actually work. So this is hammered out of a piece of ash, and handled, we just used a carving axe, that's all we used, and a little bit of glue, wood glue. And hopefully that'll hold up on, yeah, I'm gonna forge a little warm up a little bit to see if that'll work out. We have this piece here that I don't like, so I'm just gonna lop that off. I'm gonna swing this hammer here, hopefully. Actually, this is my main forging hammer, and the hope is that it'll work just as nicely as it did with the old hammer. That's what we're gonna figure out now. Is this good or no? Got a little bit of a diamond shape there, that's alright. The tip is a little bit iffy, so we're just gonna take a file to it real quick. Just file this down. It's just a good thing to do. We've got a little bit of a burr or a little bit of a fraying going on. Just like so. We don't want it to be super sharp and pointy. There we go. I'm gonna heat that up again. And have fire up the forge. Yep, pork chop. That's what we were talking about. Did you voice Faringa? No. Let me see here. It's like I'm a spoiled little kid because yesterday I went and ate dinner at Bispo's and Jotun's place, and then today Jotun is coming here and cooking me dinners. It's like twice in a row. What are you doing? I am forging a little leaf just as a warm-up project. We just rehandled my hammer, so I want to make sure that that handle works out well for me. So we're just doing a little test to see that this is all good. Doing a little bit of forging. Oh, I gotta be careful with, like, the handle is longer now. I gotta adjust to that. It's 5 cm longer handle, and that changes the dynamic. It means that I'm more likely to grab it a little bit further up until I get used to it. Okay, I've started swinging it now. It hasn't moved since I started swinging it, and it's still tight. Okay, so far so good. God damn, it's so cold now. After eating lunch, my nipples. Good morning, Mighty Nim. I sound like Lord Faringa? Really? I don't think so. I'm a sappy person, alright? Warm them, I just be like, yeah. So right now we're drawing out the stem for that leaf here. Just trying to make sure that we get this all sorted out nicely. I feel like the heavy forging I did last week, that's coming out now in my arm. Just a little bit tired, the arm that is. Oh, I got a click in my elbow when I do this. That's weird. Is your shoulder aching less from last week? Yeah, it is. Takes a couple of days for it to get over that, but it's still got, like, I can still force it if I really go for it. Like, I kind of, like, I just, like, kind of be like, oh yeah, that was, right there, there's something. Right there. Right there. But only when I do it exactly this. I slept on my shoulder wrong last week, and that's what he's talking about. Alright, got this nicely squared up. I'm gonna round it up now. We've got a rounded stem. Up. We're just doing some finishing work right now. Very nice. Then we're gonna shape up the leaf. We got that lump on the tip. We're gonna take that. We're gonna flatten it out. And now we have a cross-peen hammer ready, so we can actually shape it up nicely. Yeah, grabbing it pretty high, like I said I would. There are two reasons for that. One is that it's a little bit thin down here. It doesn't have as much bulge. But then I also just oiled it, which means it's slippery. So even though I might want to hold it here, it's not really comfortable for me, or it's a little bit unsafe. But I just feel like I'm losing it because it's a little bit slippery, so I'm grabbing up here where it's a little bit thicker. But when you look at the old handle, I'm grabbing it up further, like right now I'm grabbing it here, and on the old handle, I would have actually not have grabbed it there ever. I never held my own handle up here, old handle up here, pretty much. I always held it down here. So comparatively, I should be holding it right here to have the same length, and that's what matters. But because it's oily and slippery, I'm holding it up here. Ideally, I want to be able to hold it down here, right there. But I just gotta get that oil worked out of there, or in there. Alright, so gotta get the profile sorted for this. So next heat I can take it out, shape it up more controlled, which is exactly what I wanted. Yes, they're very, very, very hungry. My shaft is so oily and slippery I can barely hold on to it. No, guys are horrible. I just ate and I'm still hungry. What's going on? I might have to go for a second lunch today. If I'm hungry in an hour. Currently trying to scale design on the next handle. Oh, script. Alright. Oh, my dogs are barking. Got some finishing going on. Profile looks decent. Oh yeah, I have those protein bars inside. That's a good idea, Tonal. Should do. He needs to make an OnlyFans. I don't think I need to. And I'm not sure what would I have on that. It's just gonna be this. If I make an OnlyFans, it's just gonna taking my VODs and putting them on OnlyFans. Maybe some topless broadcasting. Maybe. If it gets real hot during summer. Interestingly enough, I don't think Reddit has a rule against being topless, at least for men. But Twitch does. Like, what would work, me forging topless or just doing this but on OnlyFans? Oh, that was a much better leaf than last time. Very nice. Just the apron on, nothing else. Yeah. I didn't mess up my wrist. What are you talking about? The close-up of your arms is adult rated. Really? It's an arm. It's not that bad. Hello, Sandy. We're just making a little warm-up leaf. We got caught up in making a new handle for my hammer. Because my main hammer broke last week, and so I rehandled it today. Now just making a little warm-up leaf before we to make sure the handle is good, and also before we just move on to doing other things. Gotta make a display stand for the wand I did last week. I did what was it that I did? I did something that was not my wrist. What was that? I did something that was kind of like, what had I been doing? I can't remember. What the hell was it? It wasn't anything kinky, okay? I can't remember what it was. You're very cool, thank you. No, I was doing something. Fuck, what was it? Oh, that's so annoying, I can't remember it. It's just something like not important. Today's leaf day. I'm just making this to warm up. I want to make the anvil stand. Thank you, Sandy. I'm just making the anvil stand later. I just want to make sure the hammer is good. Leaf spoons. Leaves at the end of the handle. Yeah, do that. It's 6 a.m. shame me into sleeping. No, it's fine. Just keep watching. It's alright. Look at this arm though. No. Blacksmith would be more popular if it wasn't so damn loud. Well, people wouldn't be so damn loud if they dampened their anvils. This isn't so loud. Like, I have neighbors, and they don't mind. They can't hear it when they are indoors. That is, outside, sure. God damn it. For those who are wondering, I'm streaming to both Reddit and Twitch. Reddit is kind of quiet right now. Sometimes Reddit explodes. Sometimes it's kind of quiet. Show him the right tricep. Yes, of course, that is the one. This is the muscle. No. Corners over this. Round it up. The problem is cutlery is kind of time consuming to make if you want to make a set of like spoon, knife and fork, even without a leaf. 12 of each. If you do that, I will make them, but it's gonna be very expensive. Very expensive. How much to order an entire suit of medieval armor? I don't make armor. I'm a blacksmith. Oh, shut up, Bispo. I already have an idea for your wedding present. But to be honest, that one at 12, a setup of cutlery like that might actually be cheaper. Depending on what I go with. I have like 2 ideas. Actually, I have 3, but the one of them is kind of a joke. I think they're all kind of at the same level, but I have to use the cone mantle to get this shaped up. Got a little bit weird on me. Do you ever make rings? I've made 3 rings, 1 in brass and 2 in iron. I also make plenty of necklace pendants and stuff like that. There's some available on my shop, matilo.dk. They don't go boing, you know that I'm on my way. Alright, yeah, assuming he meets me, alright. I think he's salty about yesterday. It feels like he might be a little bit salty about yesterday's loss. No, I legitimately don't think so. But I only think he would call me Oingo Boingo if He was annoyed at something. Oh, fucking. Jesus fucking Christ, thank you, boy. I'm just gonna clean this up some. It's pretty much done. We're just gonna burn some oil into it so that we get it nice and dark and give it a little bit of a rust preventive finish. I'm just taking a normal wire brush here and doing that. Oh, good, good. It was, I don't know how the fuck he managed to fuck that up, because I was sure that I was going to be dead. Because he outnumbered me 2-1. But he just, and I didn't even roll very well in the beginning. I was rolling pretty badly. But he kind of, he took a huge part of his force and like he took like 4 dudes and sent them after 2 crossbowmen. And those crossbowmen were just not a threat at all. Can do what proper? Oh yeah, that'll take a little while. You could get there if you wanted to, but it'll take a little bit. Just gonna heat this up, give it some oil real quick. I had 6 men. Yeah, I had 6 men and he was like, yeah, I have 12. I was like, how? Good night, Neptune. We got some oil burned into this. Nice little black leaf. We're gonna take this and put it in the forge. Yeah, that's fine. Never mind. Anyway, this is the leaf that we made. That's what that looks like right now. And that's gonna get a little leather string on it and be a little necklace pendant. I'm gonna switch tongues. Big chunky boys. Make sure I didn't break anything. I should be able to grab this here. Oh, this is gonna suck so bad. I can't even get the tongs out again. How? Ah! Oh, hi, dog. Just freaked the dog out. She'd come in here. Okay, there we go. Gotta use 2 tongs for this. Hi, Mina. Hi. Hvad laver du? Kan du lugte, at jeg har brændt ud det? Ja, du kan. She smells the oil. Hi. Sorry. Shove in. Hey, 6 foot. takes the longest time? Yeah, not sure. Have you ever worked with Japanese steel? No, I don't know why I would. There's nothing special about Japanese steel. Do you ship to Canada? Yes, I do. I don't know what's going on with Reddit servers today, but it's not working. Like 5 viewers right now. Just waiting for that steel to heat up now. We're gonna make those roots, and I need to figure out how I want to make them. I think I need to do a lot of splits. This is gonna be tricky. So let's see what we can do. No, it's not gonna work. Let's see if I can get some better leverage with this. Nope, this is worse. Ah, this is so fucking bad. I can't hold on to it anywhere. There's literally nowhere for me to hold on to it without with proper leverage. I'm gonna bring out the box jaws. Got the smaller box jaw. Well, the hammer is good, that's always something. How the hell am I supposed to deal with this? We're gonna split them like that, and then, or split like that. I think I'm just gonna split them in 4 and keep it simple, which means I want to change the way that's done. The box jaws work better. A larger box jaw might be good. Oh, yeah, that's too big. It doesn't work. My anvil has moved quite a bit. Right. You don't, Matt, you don't have to give me awards. I'm just gonna restart when the timer runs out. And if the connection is foggy, I might as well just restart anyway to hopefully get a better server spot or better connection. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, Matt. That's nice. Thanks. Yeah, this is looking good. Actually getting it into the forge is a little bit tricky, but we'll see what we can do. Son, who is that? Sounds like dementia, if anything. Either that or she's just really weird. Right, so what I gotta do is I actually want to pivot these to the sides. Get this one in line here. Yeah, let's just do that. Oh shit, that lost its grip. This worked nicely last time, but might actually then because I'm switching. Yeah, now that doesn't work. That turned off. For fuck's sake. Now I can probably use this one. It's all about having the right leverage. You make blacksmithing look so hard. Have you ever done blacksmithing? I can do a leaf in 20 minutes, 15 minutes. If I'm not fucking around too much. How the fuck do I do this? I have to grab this here, hold on to it like so, get the chisel. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to set that down. Be able to hold this in between my legs like so and still somehow get that pivoted right. How the fuck? Working with the tree shape is probably the trickiest shape there is. it turns out. Stick the one end into the square hole. Well, it's not the dumbest idea I've heard all day. Yeah, this is the wood stand. Well, the stand for the wooden one. The problem is if I put it in this hole here, it's still gonna jump all over the place, I think, but try it out. Right, so the suggestion was to do this. I hadn't thought of that. The reason why I don't think of that is because if you're not holding on to stuff, it jumps. So, also, the thing is there's not enough room here, but the idea is that this should allow me to chisel it. Without too much trouble. As long as it is hot, it doesn't jump, so that's good. So that was a good call. It might leave some marks in the steel, but that's alright. Late to the party, I'm making a display stand for a one I did last week. Now this just happened to be the garage that's attached to the place where I live. Nothing special about it, it's just a building. This is how they look in Denmark if they're old. We have plenty of these. I think the chance of me finding a building that looks like this is more is higher than finding a building that looks new and fresh. I'm gonna use the anvil saddle now. Place it there, that'll make it more jumpy, but we need it. The largest project, I don't really do anything large. Anything that can be done with this anvil is what I do. Alright, we're going through here. Wait, a coffee? Why? Oh, til mit spisebord, ja. God damn it, dog. Oh, I forgot to bring it back into the fire. God damn it. Just a hobby, or do you do it for a living? I have a business I run part-time, and I'm self-taught. So I learned by doing. Don't give me awards for the time. I don't need the time. It's a waste of money. Don't give me awards. I'm gonna restart the broadcast, and it's not a problem. I'd rather just be able to restart the broadcast with a full 45 minutes of stream time than sit on and hover on 4 minutes for like half an hour. I kind of wish you could turn off the awarding thing. But Reddit needs to make money, I guess. I go. Now, I should be able to grab this, get that flattened, hold it between my legs, and get the last little bit done here. Now we're almost through, so I'm gonna move it underneath the saddle so I protect my anvil from the chisel. And that's split open now. That's because metal railings and gates make a lot of money. Fuck, come on. was your daily gift. I didn't know you get daily gifts. All right. Appreciate it anyway. But yeah, no. So a lot of kind of blacksmiths that do what I do, they're like small stuff sell well. If you go to markets, rent fairs and stuff like that, professional blacksmiths, they make their money making big stuff. Like the people who have the shops for them make the big stuff really. Gotta open that up. That looks wrong. Okay, we got that opened up, so you can take a file. Hot file this. Got a cut up here that's not very clean. Let's see what that looks like. How much I want to file this away. Probably a little bit. This is getting rid of first, cleaning up the material. That is a necessary part of getting a clean forging. It needs to be cleaned up, but it cannot be cleaned up with a hammer. Jesus Christ, holding on to this is a piece of shit. Fucking horrible. I'm trying to grab that. Do you think making candlestick holders is something you would consider? Is there no market in that? I have some that I've made that are available. Like there's like the lumps of the small lumps where we put a candle in that are available on the shop, I believe. I'm actually not sure they are, but they might be. Think there's too much pressure to monetize hobbies? There's no pressure to monetize hobbies. Who's gonna pressure you? What are you making today? Display stand for a wand. And it has gone well into the god damn it, what kind of shape even is this area? Because it has to be shaped like a tree. And how do you even grab something like this and work it and make sure you have the right kind of leverage? The answer is you don't. You just close your eyes and pray. Have a little bit of a look here. Just like to file down a little bit to minimize the risk of making a cold shot. Not a big problem, but just a visual one. There we go. That should be fine. Alright. The Reddit stream died. How the fuck do I even forge this out, even when I do get the splits done? Jesus Christ. This is where kind of folding everything in comes into play, like folding it, getting it out of the way while you work on the other stuff. And then open it back out when when you're getting finished. That's what I should have done. Should have made it easier to hold on to. I'm gonna start another part for the Reddit stream. I'm gonna get that further in the forge, let that heat up. I'm gonna get rid of the file because we don't need that anymore. We're also gonna get rid of, what do we want to do now? We want to open them all up, so I have them all open at the same time. Yeah, I guess we might as well split that right away, be done with it, and then do all of the drawing out and shaping. Son who is, please don't answer questions like as a joke, because people will legitimately not know that you're joking, even though you make it ridiculous. And it happens like regularly. Once in a while, we'll get like someone is in here and asks a question, and then someone is like will answer it deliberately incorrectly, and sometimes it's kind of funny. I remember once someone asked me about my stream schedule, and someone just gave them a wrong schedule. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you sabotaging this viewer trying to figuring out when I'm live? And it's like, so I just, generally speaking, if people ask questions, don't give joke answers, because, yeah. More absurd. Yeah, I don't. It's difficult to reach that peak. I've sometimes like convinced people of the most silly shit in here, and yeah, sometimes it's just no good. The Reddit servers are broken as fuck, by the way. I'm right now sitting on 2 viewers. I've never sat on that few viewers before on Reddit. Hello, Fort Jerky. How am I gonna do this? Oh, that's right. That was a little bit of a water explosion there. Gonna be like, I can't hold on to this shit. Ah, for fuck's sake. The problem is, if I move these branches on here, I can't grab onto that either. If I do one, I can. So that's what we're gonna do. Take one branch and move, and I can grab onto that. Yeah, this is a one holder. No, the schedule thing is actually from Twitch. If that was what you're talking about. That was like and it was like a regular, like a guy who, a viewer who had been here before and was like semi-regular. I can't remember who, but someone just like would give false answers for fun, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you sabotaging me? What are the legalities of blacksmithing in Denmark? None. I don't know, but I have a strong feeling that smithing sharp objects in England is illegal without a ton of permits or whatever. I doubt it. Even a lot of people don't know what the /s means. So and who is watching being like, or like just think of it like this: someone comes in, asks a question, like for instance, this is the example: when do you stream? And someone goes Monday, Thursdays, and Sundays /s. Where's the joke? How is that funny? Like how are you enhancing anyone's viewing experience by just saying something that's wrong? Like that's not how humor works. You can't just answer something incorrectly and put a /s on it and it's like, oh, then it's funny. Especially when people are genuinely asking about stuff, I'm kind of like, just don't fuck around with them. Like you can fuck around with people, but do it when, like, don't do it when they're legitimately asking about information and stuff like that, because you're just being like a pain in the ass in the end. And it sounds like I'm riffing a lot on Son. I'm not. It's not him. Like it's just in general, kind of a thing that I never understood. The kind of the motivation behind. Alright, this should make it easier to hold on to, having moved that a little bit out of the way. Hopefully I'll be able to grab this. There we go, that should make my life a lot easier. Let me see what chat is going on. No, /s just means sarcasm. But yeah, no, there are no legalities surrounding blacksmithing or making sharp objects in Denmark. There are permits for owning sharp things, there are no permits for making them. So I'm gonna take that out, I'm gonna split that open. Should actually work nicely. Careful, get out of there, it gets caught on the stick. Grab this, throw it over there. Grab this, can't do that, need to go over here, hold it between my legs, and get to splitting if I can. my chisel is holding over. How the hell am I gonna do this? And that's gonna leave a lot of marks there. Guess I'll just have to do. So my chisel here starting to kind of cave into the side. Not sure why. There's a crack in it. We don't want that. That's a problem. And it is still very hard. So I'm gonna go to the belt grinder and fix this up because there's no way it's gonna fix itself like this. I can't do it with the files too hard. Be right back. Just cleaned up the chisel here. Just we had a little bit of mushrooming over here that I cleaned up here, and I cleaned up the edge so it's nice and clean again. Should still be hard. God damn it! Come on, piece of shit. I hear you guys talking about grabbing the steel. You can do that if you're real fast about it, like a split second. I can't get my fucking tongs to hold on to this piece of shit. But yeah, if you want to grab the hot steel, you can do that, right? That's fine. I have no way of holding on to this shit anymore. That's the problem. This pisses me off. Have 2 burner propane forge, crab anvil, a hammer, chisels, tongs. That is one thing you'd recommend as next must-have. Whatever you need, that's the answer. As long as you have a hammer, an anvil, and tongs to hold the material that you like, the size material you like to work with, the next tool that you need is whatever, or the next tool that you should have is the one that you need for the next project. There's nothing I can tell you. I can't tell you that, oh, you should get a cone mandrel, because if you're not making anything that requires a cone mandrel, that's ridiculous, right? You need to figure out what you need for the future and for the projects you're making, and that's the tool that you should get. But something that everyone should have is a hot cut hardy. So if you don't have that, get one of those. This is a hot cut hardy, goes in the hardy hole. Cut the steel hot. See if I can't get this shit going this time around. Got proper heat on it, got a better tongue grip, and we got a freshly cleaned chisel. Good night, Moon Howler. Out. Get that back in the fire. Oh. I just swiped my left hand there with this is a 1.5 kilo hammer, but luckily not that bad. Hey Acres, she makes some tongue clips, rings, keeps the tongs in a grip state so you can hold it with your leg without moving. No, that's not a problem. That's not. I have a tongue clip, I never use it because I never need it. That's not the problem. Yeah, you're back? Yeah, hey, I am. Yes, can confirm Miss Bispo is 12 years old indeed. Can Jotun help with their holding? Not really. Now, the problem is that when I hold the tongs between my legs, you need to make sure that the steel is positioned in the jaws in a very specific way, so that when I clamp down on it, I'm clamping down or hold it rather. It doesn't matter if I'm clamping or holding, but when my legs are holding it, it doesn't want to pivot. That's all it is. And it's not always that you can get there. Alright, so I gotta make sure that sits there. Grab it like so, not a problem. Like, I'll be done with this by the time he gets here. Starting to get through now. I could be wearing gloves for this, specifically because of the heat radiation, but I don't have to. because I'm constantly moving my hand over here to cool off the chisel anyway. So there's no need to put gloves on. We'll split this open. I'm gonna heat it up some more. Split it up a little bit more. Yeah, no, gloves are for people who don't know what they're doing. Gloves are for people who think that the gloves are going to save you. They're not. So what's going to happen if I'm doing this and I accidentally touch the hot steel without my gloves on is that I'll burn myself and I'll remove my hand. Okay, no damage done. Yes, I burned myself, but I removed my hand. That's no problem, right? What happens if I'm wearing gloves? I have my gloves on, I get too close to it, I don't feel anything because I'm wearing gloves. The gloves get hot, they start burning, then they start burning me, and I burn myself and I move my hand. What changed? Nothing. The gloves don't change anything. They're not there to protect you from being burned like that. They're there to give you more time. And thus, because they don't protect you from getting burned when you're not aware that you're touching something that's hot, you only wear them when you are somewhere where you know you're going to be somewhere where it's going to be hot, and you just need a little bit more time. So for instance, the heat radiation from this can be extreme enough that I can't keep my hand here for more than a couple of seconds at a time. And if I want to hold my hand there for maybe 5 or 10 seconds, I put on gloves, and it allows me to put my hand closer to it before I burn myself. I hope that kind of makes sense to explain the purpose of gloves. They're not a protective item, it is a time-buying item. See there? Getting a little bit hot, so I remove my hand, but I got to cool down the chisel anyway. It gets hot, I remove my hand, gotta cool down the chisel anyway. And that's how that works. I need more heat on this. Oh, actually I don't. I can just do this. If I can get away with it. Just trying to split this open. It's too cold, too thick. Anyway, done with the chisel for now. How did it hold up? Okay, it overheats a little bit. It lost a bit of its temper somewhere. Question is if that's something to file away or to... I probably need to reharden it, but there's a crack in it. So I probably want to grind it down, requench. Yeah, it's gone soft. A little bit. Let me see here. Yeah, no, you don't want to wear plastic anywhere in a workshop. Which one is it that I just did? This one, I guess. Split these open. Like so. Get the file out, clean up the cut area if you have any burr. Just want to kind of make sure it's all good. That was incredibly clean cut on one side, actually on both sides. Holy fuck, that was clean. I don't need to file this one actually. I don't think I've ever done such a clean cut with a chisel before, but that's because it was newly ground. That's just very smooth. many of what? Oh, you're talking about perf shit. All right. It's cold in there. Do you preheat your anvil? No, you don't need to preheat your anvil. You don't want to preheat a 120 kilo piece of steel. That's silly. No benefit in doing that. Like a lot of people, blacksmiths will be like, oh, you should heat up your anvil so that it doesn't suck the heat out of your steel. But the amount of time you spend heating your anvil, you could just spend that time heating the steel, and then the amount of heat that it takes out of, like the anvil takes out of it, is negligible. There's like a weird math thing that doesn't work for a lot of blacksmiths. Same with people who turn off their forge when they're at the anvil. It's like you're not saving anything, because when you turn it off, the forge cools down. When you take your steel back into the forge, you have to like get it back up to temperature, and it'll take longer. So you just spend more time heating your steel by saving a little bit of gas while you're working it, and you don't benefit. It just takes longer. Lots of stuff like that going on for some people who don't really think about why, what is the actual benefit to what I'm doing right now. Alright, so now we've split these open. We can actually get started with some forging, hopefully. And I want to start out by trying to square these up if I can. A little bit tricky. So that's more square than it was before. But I have to get these opened up, drawn out. They are allowed for subscribers, so if you get a permit from a mod, the links are. The anvil warmer than when you started? Yes, right now it's kind of like same temperature as my hand on the surface. So what's going to happen? We're taking the roots and we split them into 4. We're going to have to draw those out, round them up, taper them to a point, and shape them nicely for the floor, or for the footing of it. Then we're going to take the top branches and get those shaped up as the very last thing. And we'll have a very weird wooden kind of display thing for the wood branch 1. It's a little bit weird. I gotta round this up. Probably actually want to switch hammer. This is the hammer I forged myself. It's a small rounding hammer. Very practical, very aggressive rounding on it. Rounding up the base here a little bit. be done with this by the end of the day. And it should be without problem. Yeah, slowly moving up to longer and longer handles, which is nice. Gives me more swing, which means more power in every swing. The longer the handle is, more momentum. This is what I mentioned earlier when I was carving out this handle, is that I would get back to it now and then to just kind of clean it up. If I feel anything that's off, and over time I'll clean it up more and more, assuming it won't break. And we'll end up with a very, very nice clean handle. This is all good. There we go. We got some heat on the steel again, so we should be good. Okay. So get that rounded up some. I'm gonna switch hammers. I'm gonna begin pulling this down. Well, this might actually be way weird, but essentially I gotta get stuff out of the way one at a time, so I can begin to round it up. Not too careful or concerned with making it completely round. Jesus Christ, come on. Grab onto it. There we go. But we do want it to be relatively round. We just don't want it to be square, essentially. We want to leave some hammer texture in there. It'll suit the rest of the build. That's that cross beam that I've been missing at the beginning of the day, coming to work there. See if that'll stay put. Yeah, Reddit is just super dead today. Like I'm sitting below 20 viewers all day almost. Except right in the beginning it jumped to like 2K and then it killed it. It's weird. I think they've been fucking with the algorithm again, or something. Usually have when there's something weird, but they've also stopped talking about when they mess with the algorithm. Because every time they did, people would be like, "Oh, that's why it was like this." Hello, Oil Pro Motorcycles. You can always link stuff in the Discord as well if you want to. Drawing this out is gonna suck because I'm moving such a large piece around. So the way I have to pivot it to get these twists going little annoying. But I'm happy that I have a longer handle on the hammer now because I can stay clear of the piece. I wouldn't have done that with the old handle. That would have been a lot more tricky. How the fuck do I get it? Can't get it in there. Gotta hold it like this. Gotta get this put down like that. Alright, that's one. We have 3 to go. You've seen me make these before. Is it your main product? No. If you've seen me make these before, that would have been last week. And it's just that I'm not done with this one. Yeah. My hammer broke, and I had to make a new handle for the hammer and that kind of stuff, so been a little bit delayed. Hope you all are having a nice Monday. It's been going all right. A little bit frustrating with the getting the hammer before, like making sure I got that going. Playing Death Watch tonight should be good. Looks cold. Well, it isn't that cold. The hammerhead is staying put on this handle here. We started the day out by putting a handle on this that's carved with a carving axe, this entire handle. I wanted to showcase how I make my handles, or how you can make a handle without any tools. So this hammer handle here, we made this earlier today. It took about an hour. And from carving to putting in, I carved the handle out of a block of wood. I just get a piece of ash, these dimensions, a little bit longer obviously. Right, carve it out. The wedges are carved out of oak. And you can carve the handle, carve the wedges, and set the wedges just with an axe like this. This is maybe what, like a 300 gram axe or something like that, carving axe, asymmetrical grind. And you can handle your hammers and your axes with that. You don't need a lot of power tools. I like to do and to point out. See if I can't get this forged out. Tapering this out, drawing it out a little bit. These are the roots of this tree, and the tree will be used to hold and display a wand that we made last week That is a kind of Harry Potter style wand that is forged to look like a branch. So naturally, this display stand should be a tree, a little tree. Got a little bit of a crack and a rain going on here, so just pulling out the file. See how bad that was. Stay there. Catch up with the chat if there is any. Denmark is traditionally Nordic. What? Yes, we are a Nordic country. That is true. When the metal is so hot, it turns purple and goes right past blue. Yes. We got the U-turn in here. There we go. What up? What up, my boy? My bitch boy? Tired. You're tired? I'd be tired too after getting such a beating.
U-turn. That's
U-turn, yes. U-turn, come in here. She just want to talk to you. All she wants is a friend. The little dog.
I don't want to talk to her. She has my feet. It's fine, Purple.
This is the most kind of sculpting bullshit I've ever done in my
Yeah, I was
life.
about to say that looked like some kind of antler bullshit.
It does, but it's gotta be a tree. I swear to
Also-
fucking God, it's gotta be a tree. Or a weird horse.
Yeah. I thought it was antlers at the start.
Yeah, nice.
Also, be careful, by the way you were hammering it before. Because you almost poked your eye out with the pointy large bit.
Yeah,
Just saw your face go down on it.
yeah, that's why we have the safety glasses. To protect me from death.
What?
What people talking about me? Beard quota about to be filled for the day. Hey, Big Burly Man. Hey, Amonias.
Alright, that's what that should be. Like handling this fucking thing, man.
Yeah, timing is hard, Amonias.
Never seen that. Is that metal? Yes, it is. It's about 1200 degrees when I pull it out. 1200 to 1300
Why
degrees
is it
Celsius.
purple?
Oh, it's purple because the camera doesn't have a proper filter for the colors.
So everyone over at Reddit should go to Twitch.
Not until I'm top broadcast
Ah,
because
so
they determine top broadcast based on how people watch.
right.
So you don't want people leaving.
So
Kind of-
open Twitch too.
Yeah. But it's kind of like Reddit has been shit all day. I got like early top broadcast and then it pulled me off right away instantly, lost 2,000 viewers. That was weird. And people have been saying it's been choppy all day. So I think the Reddit servers are shit or fucked right now.
Could be.
Because I've been sitting on super low viewership.
Didn't that also happen like last week and the week before that?
Yeah, but that was also because I started later. That affects us as well.
I just remember you telling me it was a bit wonky.
Yeah, it was. Has been. But it's kind of like I've been staying clear of the server issues, but I think they've caught up with me. A lot of people have issues once in a while.
Come on and show his beard. Well, in a moment.
Don't want to disturb him.
What the fuck am I doing? He's out of the way.
What's gonna happen with them?
I'm just moving them out of the way so I can get it easier into the forge, but it was dumb. It was dumb. Mistakes were made, alright? Just kind of like, I am, at this point, I am literally just running around moving these back and forth, being like, does that work? No? Okay.
Does that make them a bit red?
Nah, no, it's fine. You're getting straight. I forgot my work shoes as well today, so it's kind of like, ugh.
Oh well.
Yeah, I can forge, like, I need one of these, I need the one out of the way. The problem is, like, my fucking worm chamber is too small. Again, this is a thing, this is one of those things where you want to do it in a coal forge. Fucking weird ass tree shape.
Will it look good?
Yeah, but I'm never doing it in a gas forge again. Fuck that shit.
No, I get it. I get it. That would be so much easier.
Yeah, it's just like, works. I gotta get some coal chimney going. How do you gauge your skill progression? Do you just get a feel for it, or you're improving and not getting sloppy? It's mostly a matter of like, when I feel the most progression is when I do something that last time I did it, I had a certain amount of trouble with it. It came out looking a certain way, and then I do it, and it's kind of like, oh, this is super easy, and it came out exactly how I wanted it. Or if I start out something I've never done before, and I know that like maybe a year ago this would have been super hard for me and it would have been tricky, and it just comes out just no problem. That's kind of how I then I feel like I've progressed.
I feel I gotta do this, so just shut up.
Oh, you gotta be
Hello.
on the camera.
There. Now, beard check.
Yes.
You got it.
Do the
Happy?
belly check as well. No, that's no good. That's no good. You're gonna get banned, bro. That's sexy.
That's bearded too.
That's true. That's true. The belly beard. It's too sexy for Twitch.
Yeah.
Reddit okay, but not Twitch. Once this tree is finished, I'm done for the day as well.
Alright.
So I won't be out here for like a huge amount of time longer.
Yeah. I'm gonna go have it.
Alright, that's one. I can't, there's no fucking room for this shit.
Then bend it.
Wrong side. Like, I feel like I could make the wildest Cthulhu shit going on with this kind of stuff.
You read that one?
It's such a physical demanding thing. You often reach a moment where you have to tell yourself to take a break because you can't hit it steady anymore. That doesn't really happen anymore. in the beginning when I started blacksmithing, I could go for about 3 hours, and then I was kind of spent.
It does for me.
Yeah, but you're still new enough for that. That took me like 6 months at least to get over.
I can go for like 4 hours and my arm is done.
Yeah.
But also I do it at a lot slower pace than you.
Yeah, but I can run for 7 hours at the museum without power tools, and do constant. Last time I was there alone, I had 2 or 3 irons in the fire the entire time, so I was constantly smithing. I had like 1.5 hour break for lunch, so 7 hours of forging constantly, and that's not a problem as long as you're not swinging a hammer that's heavier than what you're used to. So a 1 kilo is my go-to. And I'd wager 1 kilo should be what most people have as a go-to, depending on the stock sizes you're working with. But you don't really get tired. Not in that sense. You get mentally exhausted, but there's also an element of the broadcasting in that. Certain days, like today is a slow day in the broadcast, I'm barely paying attention to you guys, I'm just doing the thing. Certain days you'll be mentally exhausted after a broadcast because you've been on the entire time. So it's mostly just a regular work day. There's nothing fancy about it. Are the dogs barking?
Yeah, but
Oh, the Reddit stream just died. I'm not gonna start another Reddit stream. Because Reddit has been so useless today that really no sense in starting up another one for the last little bit that I'm doing. You definitely build up more endurance over time. Right, I know when I switch to my left hand and forge with that, then I get tired real fast, comparatively. But for my right arm forging, I don't get tired swinging a hammer like this anymore. I can do that constantly for 7 hours. And there's no real instance where you want to go for longer than that. So unless you're just hate yourself. Having a hard time trying to
yeah, I see that.
sort that out. Alright, I think we make like an octopus thing, like a Cthulhu.
Well, you could. I mean,
There's art project in there for some Arkham horror shit.
you do a lot better job at the tentacly viney stuff than I did with the spoon.
Oh yeah.
It's still fine.
Yeah, it's a spoon. It's a thing.
spoon, and it has some viney something going on.
It has a thing that makes it difficult to clean, which is exactly what you wanted. Yes.
Constant pounding for 8 hours. That's how it is. It's done that a couple of times for the sake. Have you shaved your beard because of art?
Me?
Yeah.
Nah,
Or is it me?
not sure.
I don't know.
I have it. I just kind of randomly maintain my beard once in a while, and then yeah. It's kind of like it. I've just been trying to grow a beard for the last like 8 years.
I mean, I did do the mutton chops for Kublis.
Yeah, I remember that.
So like removing this middle part, just got big mutton chops.
That's just silly.
But it's Warhammer, that's black.
Yeah, it is. Oh, be nasty talking about you.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if we go, yeah, but which honey?
Which one?
That doesn't help them specify at all.
Jotun with no beard is something I cannot picture. No, it's not a nice look.
I can't remember how you look without a beard.
Just look like a 10-year younger version of myself.
I fucking countryman.
Yeah, I get to look like 20 years old.
Yeah.
I cut off my beard. And I gained like 15 pounds.
Once you get to like 30, you'll probably be able to grow a full beard with no awkward stage. Nice, I look forward to that. That's like a month and a half.
Yeah, I was about to say you're 30 in like a minute.
Yeah. Brilliant, I can't wait.
Yeah, honey, we're not gonna post those.
My beard has gotten better over time. Like when I was 25, I couldn't grow a beard for shit. It's gotten better, so now I can grow like a goatee. That's all right, but it's still coming in. The rest of the beard. It's kind of weird. There have been viewers that were like, "No, you shaved," which is a good sign, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do have a beard when you grow it.
Yeah.
It's just like mine. It gets a bit, thin and a bit patchy.
The problem is I haven't been maintaining my beard, so I just let it grow and it gets and I touch it a lot and shit fucks it up. If I just if I trim my beard regularly, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's just what you have to do, and that's the same I did with mine.
Yeah.
Now I just let it grow. Same for me. My beard is a myth. Aw, that's really sad.
Right.
I think a patchy beard looks okay if you just rock the scruffy look. Well, I mean, sure. A scruffy patchy beard is fine if you keep it short.
Yeah. I've had that the entire time I was with the LBL. So I guess it's fine. But she also gave me a sharp order to never shave. Because when I shave, I look like a clone of my brother with longer hair.
All right.
So it was weird. I did that once, and she was like, "No, never again."
I believe I look like my dad when I shave. Like my dad in the 90s.
You spontaneously spawn like a 90s suit and shit like that.
Break your stone?
No, I just fell out.
All right.
I broke my stone the other day.
I'm growing my hair out and I'm going to donate it. Well, that's a good idea, Bramwell.
Here with this. Let's square this out. Can't grab this proper. I'm gonna go to the horn maybe. I think I've shaped that up all I kind of want or need for this. Now, yeah, gotta bend it all into place.
Right, I'm gonna go rake your kitchen.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in soon, you know. I have no idea how I'm gonna get this sorted out because it's so it's so big. I guess I gotta split them out so I go into each corner of the forge. I guess that's what I gotta do. So terminal length for men's hair. So the way hair goes is that your hair follicles will stay active for a certain amount of time, and then they die, and then you shed the hair, and then they come back after a while. That is why dogs have different lengths hair, it is how you have short hair on your eyebrow and your arms and stuff like that, but you have long hair on your head. It's because the hair follicles have different active, like the period in which the active is longer in certain places and shorter other places. So if you have short eyebrow, because the kind of active time on the hair follicles there is like a couple of months or something like that, or a month. But you can get long hair on your head because the active time for that is something like 6 years or something like that. God damn it. Så mod, Bina. Tormod, lad nu være. Hey, nu gør jeg. Vil du være med at køre? Kom så, Tormod. Ja, kom så da. There's a dog walking past. Come on, say hello. Hi. Hi friends. Hi doggoons. Goodbye doggoons. Ah. I need to get these into the forge in a way where I can really shape them up. So I think I'm just gonna turn these upside like so for a little bit. Get them far in, heat it up. Okay, what happens when I take these out, I'm gonna have to shape up the bottom of them. I'm gonna jam that into the anvil to get that sorted out. I burned my top of my hand somewhere, somehow. I'm gonna wait for that to heat up nicely. I have no idea if this is gonna look good when it's done, but we gotta hope. It'll look good on its own as a display thing, but I'm not sure it'll look good with the wand on it. I've spent twice as long doing this than I have doing the wand. I think the wand took me 3 hours or a little bit more, and the stand is probably taking me 5 or 6. Gonna wait for some more heat. It's a big piece. Is blacksmithing a healthy profession, or do you have to be careful about things like fumes and joint damage? Well, yes, you have to be careful about fumes and joint damage. Yeah, obviously, it's like any other activity. It comes with risks and benefits. So you just gotta be careful and be mindful, and you'll be fine. That was a nice little leaf made here. Very good. Happy with that. Got a little bit of extra oil on there. I get rid of. Made this leaf earlier today as a warm-up. I failed twice, and then I got so frustrated because I didn't have my main hammer, so I stopped, rehandled my hammer, and then went and made this. hammer matters so much. You do not believe. If you don't have your proper hammer, you pretty much, like, you're completely handicapped. Alright. Getting forge scale all over the place. So that's gonna be the bottom of the tree. What we're gonna take these roots. Oh, it would be nice to have them swipe upward. But we're gonna take them and we're gonna fan them out at the root first, and then make sure it can stand, that the tree can stand, and we're gonna figure out how we're gonna flare them out. We're gonna have we have this wand here. It's gonna sit on the branches to be held somewhere. That's the idea. Switch to this one, I think. But yeah, so that comes out. We want to split those. We're gonna do that. How? Probably gonna get my scrolling tongs out. How does one get into blacksmithing? You do it. That's how you do it. Someone has been told off for answering questions deliberately wrong as a joke, and I don't like that. Yeah, you can answer questions if you're answering with the knowledge you know is correct. Would be sad if it became like a stream that was one of those like, only I, the true master of blacksmithing, may answer questions. It's like, what? What do you mean? Alright. Oh, I have no proper leverage on this. Running out of time. I'm gonna grab this one. There. That gave me a little bit of the leverage. Suck that in. Alright. Good. That looks like the beginning of a tree. We're gonna flatten them down as we curve them as well. God damn it, this is tricky. Guess I'm gonna finish up one side best as I can. I gotta make a lot of curve on them to shrink them a little bit, so the more I curve, the shorter they'll become, to make sure I can keep them in the burn chamber as I get them sorted. Yeah, making a display stand. So we gotta set them down, or rather just bend them first and then set them down flat later. That's easier. Gonna get the cone mantle up here. I'm not gonna need this one. I'm gonna need something that's a little bit more shebang. We'll stay with this thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and help shape this up by just being very, very, just trying to make this curvy. We do not mind a little bit of curve. Then hammering it flat. And if the position of it is a little bit off, we correct that. Alright, so that one is curved nicely. The next one is that one. I would have liked to do that already just a little bit. Like so, that would do. Gonna need more heat. Yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. The sound is... It's funny how this hammer sounds differently now with the new handle. That's hilarious. Maybe I'm the only one who can hear that difference, but it does. Just heard a dinging sound and it sounded like someone entered your shop and the door has a bell on it. Yes, I have that as a follower notification when someone follows it. It doesn't sound lighter. It's just not as noisy. Exactly for this. Where the fuck did the hammer go? Put that all the way back on the shelf, like a dummy. Not like that. I'm gonna put that there. Would like that to be so. That's better. Then we gotta do the other two. Very good. Do they fit? They exactly do not fit. I need to just tippy tap them a little bit together. There we go. All right. This goddamn project, man. Yes, Hilton is in the kitchen, or at least he should be. Who knows, he might be sniffing my underwear. Glad I got this handled nicely, and it's not something I'm really feeling anything like weird. Yeah. Yeah, and he's watching the stream to make sure that he can hide it before I get in. So he knows when I go off stream, he gotta stop. I'd be like, oh, no, I wasn't doing anything. Now I'm moving up here, starting to just shape this up nicely up here for some reason, even though I don't really need to. How the fuck do I do this? Well, like so. And now it can stand. It's a wobbly one, but it can stand. That's the theory. That was the concept. We can see if it works. Everything needs to be adjusted, obviously, but this is the concept. Right? Put it there. How does that look? I use a grinder. It's fine. It's difficult to really tell, but it is there. It does work. You can kind of put it on different branches if you want to display it differently. Alright, that's the cool thing. Alright. So close to being done. But we still have more correction to do on the feet if they fit in there. Okay. Got a little bit of. You just gotta pivot this one. Just a switch. There we go. That should do it. It's hilarious how the size of my burn chamber is deciding the look of the project I'm making. Yeah, so we've got to flatten those feet so they're done. And then it's just shaping up the branches the way we want them to. We got to bring those down if we can. Maybe. Tormod, lad nu være med at gø. Silly dogs. Well, you know what they say about size? That it's okay, that the size doesn't matter. That's what I get told. No? Yeah, I get you, Bispo. How straight is this? So, come on. So I want to just put this down and see, you know, how much does it wobble? If I put downward pressure on it, just kind of. All right, so we have. I think we're good. I'm just gonna see, is it floating anywhere? A little bit of floating there. All right. I just want the tip of the footsies to not be floating. There we go. The foot is done. And now what do I wanna do? This is the welded one, we're gonna be careful with that. There's a thing going on there. So we're gonna bring those down. We're gonna set the branches first, and then bring the bigger branches down. And I gotta brush the entire thing. And give it an oil burn. I don't do touch marks, Sunhuis, generally speaking. I don't have one even. I might make one someday, but to me, most of the stuff I make, I don't want to put a touch mark on because it's weird. Like why? Yeah. To me, a touch mark is something you put on a knife or something like that. But for these kind of, I make a lot of weird pieces, and weird things. You can put it on an axe and stuff like that. But on this, I wouldn't, or the wands either, because they're so decorative. They're art pieces. You want to stamp your art piece with your name. I've always found it weird that you sign your the painting on the front too. Like it's weird. Kind of ruins it. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna clamp this in. Oh yeah, ceramic, like on the front of the ceramics, that would be weird as fuck too. So I wanna give this a twist. Where do I need to twist? I need to twist it. That's gonna be weird. It's gonna require a lot of weirdness going on. I get that up there. Come on. Gotta get a lot of heat on in there. If I can get my tongs out. We gotta really overheat that, not overheat. We get a good heat in there on a very specific branch because I need to twist that. And I need to make sure that I can actually twist it. So we're gonna clamp it in the vise there, grab it there, and twist it. That should be fine. And I have twisting tongs somewhere on the floor over here. I'm gonna get those handy in case I need them. You like things signed? Well. It also comes from me used to doing a lot of work for LARP costumes. You don't want a modern logo on a LARP costume, and I also do a lot of reenactment gear now. So you don't want a modern logo on reenactment gear either. So there are a lot of things I do where you don't really want that kind of thing going on. Slowly getting that up to temp. I do if it makes sense. Not always. For my leather work, I don't mind the logo. I think it's a good decorative thing. It's also much more normal to have logo on your leather in some ways. Functions as a little bit of a decorative detail somehow. But if I did reenactment leather work or for LARP, I don't put my logo on. Alright, we're getting up to temperature here. Just gonna turn the camera so you guys can follow along. Oh yeah. Somewhere you can't see it is absolutely fine. That's what I think makes sense. Like paint, like for instance, do it on your painting. But what am I doing? Fuck, I'm doing this wrong. I don't know how am I supposed to turn this? I'm supposed to twist it. How the fuck am I? Oh, it's because it's at a weird angle. Fuck, oh shit. This weird shape strikes again. Because I want this to go like this, but it's kind of weird. So that one has to go like this, and then that one has to go. That's kind of what I wanted. Kind of. I'm gonna place that down here to see what that looks like now. Okay, so that got twisted, and now let's twist the top of it back to a certain shape as well. That works as well. That works as well, yeah. I don't like the idea of wearing a merch with logos on it. I've also talked about that before. If I ever make merch, I would do a t-shirt that had my logo on it, but then all other merch would just be like cool designs and stuff that are kind of related to what I do. I don't want to have like my logo on everything I do. I kind of despise that. If I were to ever make merch, I don't know if I would. I had some ideas for it. Okay, so that's the tree branch right there. I'm gonna set that a little bit lower, just by doing so, like so. There we go. This one I can pivot this one outward. I can. Careful, don't drop. Yeah, that works. Then that's this one. Right, so you can place it here, you can place it like so. You can do like this if you want to. Oh, you can't do that. You can do what? Oh yeah, my face on the shirt. But that works nicely as a stand. That's nice. I like that. But I have to shape this up now. A little bit tricky. That's the welded one. So I want to be real careful with how I do that. Widen those out, give that a bend. Yeah. so close to having this shaped up. Once I got the branches sorted out, I'm gonna check the foot again to make sure it's nice and flat, because it does take a little bit of a kick to it usually when I work it. Well, there are people who do like forge work, and those are all kind of related. You got blacksmithing farriers, bladesmiths, knife makers. You just call them a cutler in old times, right? So there used to be a lot of forging trades where blacksmithing was just a general purpose one, and well, if you're only doing horseshoes, you're not a blacksmith. Then you're a farrier. That's the point. A blacksmithing is a specific profession that forges steel hot or works steel hot. And there are many other professions that used to do that. Most of them have died. A locksmith used to be a smith who made locks and forged them and made them. Not someone who opened your apartment door when you locked yourself out. But the trades have changed or died. So now people think that blacksmithing is the only thing that exists is blacksmithing, and there was never anything else than blacksmithing. But there used to be a lot of different trades that worked steel hot. A nail maker used to be a full-time job, just making nails, just forging nails. But today, there's no there's not a lot of those left. So, but yeah, there's a big difference between forging and not forging. You were blacksmith only doing horseshoes in old days? No, they were still in the old days. They would be in Danish. They'd be called beslag or vognsmed, because beslag det er sætte sko på hesten. You wouldn't be making horseshoes and shoeing horses and calling yourself a blacksmith, because blacksmithing refers to a specific trade. That's like me calling myself a nail maker but shoeing horses. That doesn't make sense. But it's difficult to tell when the term blacksmith became a general kind of term, especially when we're talking English. So when you translate blacksmithing in Danish, the direct translation is swordsmith, and that is a term that was used. But more commonly, I believe, along with swordsmith, is also goldsmith, which is just a roughsmith, and that is what a blacksmith is. A blacksmith is specifically someone who does forge work and nothing else really. Does rough tool work and repairs, those kind of things, agricultural tools and stuff like that. So a blacksmith is a tool maker and a kind of general purpose blacksmith. And yes, so a blacksmith might shoe a horse, right? A village might have a single blacksmith and no farrier, and so the blacksmith would shoe horses and make the horseshoes to shoe the horse. A blacksmith can do that, but if you only or mostly did that, you wouldn't be a blacksmith, you'd be a farrier. When we're talking about when we're talking 1600s and back when the guilds were a thing, you were very specific in what you did. So you had the blacksmith guild, you have the farriers guild, you have the different guilds, and you don't intermingle because you're gonna get fucked, right? It's essentially gangs, right? So if a blacksmith comes in and starts shoeing horses and there's a farrier next door and the farriers guild is there, they're gonna get real angry that you're taking their work. Stuff like that, but it's a tricky field to kind of try and maneuver in, because different places, different times, it worked in different ways. Alright. Yeah, we're just about done, TDRM. Okay, we've got a little bit of a twist on this, I don't like. I'm gonna get rid of that. Alright, I think I'm gonna call that there. Ow. Alright, so that's the top of that done. See if I can't get a hold of this. Cleans it up a little bit. Gets rid of some of the forge scale. Get rid of some of the forge scale and yeah, just kind of cleans it up some. Yeah, TDM is right. So that's essentially rust that forms when we're forging. Right, so the foot is now good. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna brush that as well. If we can get away with it, the brush is fucked, so it's not so good. I want to fuck off this so that I can use this there. Kind of hold on to this. Are you a character from Metal Gear Solid? Because I'm pretty sure there's a character that does that. Alright, this is what I wanted. This is where we're gonna end that. We're gonna give it some oil first. How the fuck do we do that? We're gonna heat this up, we're gonna give it some oil. We're gonna start by doing the foot. Alright. From what? What? Oh, Metal Gear Solid? There's a character in a Metal Gear Solid game that breathes through her skin to explain why she's almost naked all the time. She's of course a very well sculpted woman. Of course it wouldn't be anything else. Whereas if it was actual evolution, it would make sense that if you breathe through your skin, you would have as much loose skin as possible to optimize your air intake. So she should actually look like a 95-year-old if that game was just a little bit serious, but it isn't. That would have been funny though, picking a person and making them look like an old hag, because they're like, oh, it's because they breathe through their skin, so they have like a lot of flaps. Too nerdy for you? Ah, god damn it. I haven't even played the game. I just know about it because it's so fucking dumb. Okay, we're gonna see if we can fit this in the bucket. Bina is here watching the fire. Cute dog. It's not dumb, you're dumb. It's not dumb, your mom is dumb. I'm not paying attention to anything here. I'm putting the last finish on my very important work. God damn it, there's so many things sticking out everywhere that I need to try. Oh, this looks cool as fuck with the glowy branches. Oh, is Jotun giving me shit? Well, fuck you, Jotun. Oh, this is smoky. I don't even know what he said, but fuck him. I'm gonna burn some of the oil here just to make sure there's not a lot of disgusting oil. The dog is here. Dog, you gotta be careful. I might drop this on you. I might drop a motherfucker. gonna go ahead, try and see if I can't. Yeah. As per the usual procedure, fuck him. How do we like Jotun? Fucked. That's how we like Jotun. Wait, what? Ah, I didn't want to grab that. The tongs just decided to let go, and it's a little hard for me to just grab. Ooh. Oh, who said that? Naked Snake is my naked from work, my work from home nickname. That's funny. I made a fucking tree, motherfuckers. I don't know why I'm so aggressive about it. Maybe because I had some pent-up frustration. It's done. Suck it. Okay, I was elbow deep in your mom. No, what? No. One way to do it. We can even do it like a cross one there. I would have liked to be able to do something like this. And you can of course just go for whatever. There's so many different ways to display this if you want. Like you can do any branch combination. That was what I was going for. Okay, not that one. Any branch combination that you want, you can go for, except this one because it's slippery, alright? It's a little, I don't know why you would do this, because you're bored as fuck, I don't know, but you can set it, okay, it wants to slide, it's so top heavy, or bottom heavy, but you can put it however you want, alright? It's a nice little display. Turn that off, we're done anyway. That was today's work. See if I can grab a photo of it that doesn't look weird. It's really difficult. I need something to be a background. Bina, can you hold this for me? Just like right here? Oh, I can put this. Oh. I just need a consistent back. Oh, I just yelled into the microphone. I'm so sorry. I just need a consistent background color for this. Alright, fuck it. Oh, I fucked up the camera for Reddit. Oh shit. Oh, God damn it. Hello, Sanafia. Your timing is impeccable because I'm ending the stream now in a moment here. Stopping the music. What if you stop asking questions? I'm done. The problem is it wants to slide a little bit, but you can change it up. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can be like, you can. There, level. Is this the coolest thing you've seen me make? It's the only thing you've seen me make? Oh my god. Oh, I felt like, oh, I did something really nice. Surprisingly. No. Just a joke. Gonna get my shirt on. Alright, we had a little bit of a frustrating start to the stream, but I got my hammer handled, and we have been that was not the right handle. So we rehandled the hammer. We forged with it and it's holding up nicely. I might just clean up the handle a little bit more later, but this is working nicely. It works good. Happy with it. So we handled this hammer and we got the we made a little leaf and then we finished up this stand here, and that's very good. Does this tree stand upside down? I do not think it does. Is it hot? It's too hot. It's also a little bit goopy. Do this. God damn it. You give me a dry piece of paper and This is Cthulhu. This is Cthulhu shit. It doesn't stand like this, but this is Cthulhu shit. This is weird. This is face hugger territory. How the fuck do I? It's too hot for me to grab onto. That's why I'm doing like this. What? How do you not have a butcher's fork? What the fuck is a butcher's fork?
I'm surprised it took this long, honestly, at Tonal Biscuit.
Surprised what took so long?
TDRM__. Said.
Oh.
Stitchigapple. Amonos. Said. It's not Monday if Jotun doesn't complain about SMTH in the kitchen.
Yeah. Oh, Steigaff. I have them, but I use them out here for the bonfire. But why the fuck do you need a? You just use a pellet. You go flip. You don't need a Steigaff. What the fuck? Fucking, he's a pussy ass bitch. That's what he is. You need a fucking butch, like a fucking Steigaff. What the fuck? Who even does that? What a fucking weeb. What a nerd. Like he's a fucking nerd. That's what he is. Fucking the real chuds don't even know what the fuck a butcher's fork is, because we just use our hands and eyes. Shit, fucking. Gotta clean this up now.
Smith your own stitchigapple. Amonos. Said. He finished spitting you our food. Said, you're a nerd. Not Jotun. Said, you effing amateur cook. Go back
I've never been at a McDonald's deliberately. It just happens. Fine, I'll give you a fucking, give me a moment. Fucking.
fucking look at my fucking butcher's forks. Don't fucking come here and tell me I don't have. I have a short one for like regular butcher forking. Then I have a little longer one for taking, you know, when you're eating and the guys next to you is not eating his meat. You can just like grab it with this. It's a little bit longer. And then you have this one, which is very good for when you need to reach across the table to grab people's stuff. So fuck you.
I need a big one.
You need a big one, so you need this one. It's rusty as fuck though. I use it on a bonfire. What if do I need to bring these inside? Like, do we legit need to
Underscore. Said.
fucking
Dumb robot reads everything loud.
fucking? I'm gonna go butcher fork you.
Rispispo. Said. Butcher forking
Fucking-
Kevin. Said. Yes.
I'll bring this. Bring this and use this as a butcher fork. Piece of shit. Grab
TDR.
anything with this. Can lift. This can lift an anvil. This can lift your mom. This can fucking.
Go fork a butcher. Rispispo.
It's rusty as fuck. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna clean it up some. All right. Do I have anything to fucking have? Fucking piece of shit.
Said. Does he always stutter like this at Rispispo?
Jesus, piece of fucking. Only when I'm speaking with. Only when I'm angry. I'm gonna sand the marshmallow and rust off of this. Okay.
Said. It happens.
I was ready to finish the stream. I was in a good mood and everything. You come in here and ruin it with your fucking butcher fork. Jesus fucking, fucking. How dare you? How dare you come here and make dinner for me and complain about my utensil game? My utensil game has never been stronger than it is right this moment.
Said. Don't call him cute when he's mangry.
I'm not angry, shut up. And I'm not cute either, stop. I'm just really hungry, okay? Really sad. Alright? That didn't help shit.
He said GRRRRFTVRM__.
Fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna heat this up. That's what we're gonna do. Heating up. We're gonna kill the bacteria like this, okay? Burn the rust off. With more rust. Is this taking too long?
Said. BTW. I don't need it anymore.
Yep.
Rispispo. Said. LUL. Volante. Said. LUL. Amonas. Said. Jotun said I don't need you or shit anymore speaking head. TDRM__. Said. Now he's
It's a little bit crooked. Don't need no crooked fucking cooking fork. Perfect. Much better. I'm gonna come out here on Wednesday and be like, why the fuck are there so many forks in here? I'm gonna end the stream now and I'm gonna beat the shit out of someone. It's not gonna be Jotun because he's bigger than me, but I'm gonna find someone. Alright? It's good. It's a very nice tree indeed. Thank you. Thank you all for watching. It's been a nice little broadcast. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. I might not do a wand on Wednesday because I've made like wands now, and if they're not selling, I'm not gonna continue to make them. Well, maybe I have something I want to do. You still need it. You're not gonna get it now. Fucking, you love Miss Bispo. You don't love me. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna end now because you guys make me sad. But until Wednesday, take care and have a nice day and do good stuff. Yes, very good.